The harbor at Ostia awakens before the sun, wrapped in a gentle blanket of morning mist that drifts lazily across the dark waters of the Tiber. The air carries the mingled scents of salt spray, wet wood, and the earthy smell of the river meeting the sea. In this quiet hour before dawn, when the world still holds its breath, Marcus Aurelius Mercator stands at the edge of the stone quay, watching his ship being loaded with the most precious cargo in the ancient world. The salt crystals catch what little light filters through the mist, glinting like scattered diamonds in the rough wooden barrels. Each grain represents wealth beyond measure, harvested from the sacred salt pans that stretch along the coast like mirrors reflecting the sky. The dock workers move with practiced rhythm, their movements synchronized by generations of tradition, as they roll the heavy barrels up the wooden planks and secure them deep in the ship's belly. Their voices rise in an ancient song, a melody passed down from father to son since the days when Rome was nothing more than 7 hills beside a muddy river. The words speak of safe journeys and favorable winds, of Poseidon's blessing and Mercury's swift passage through foreign lands. Marcus closes his eyes and lets the familiar tune wash over him, feeling the weight of countless generations who have stood on these very stones, preparing for voyages to distant shores. The morning breeze stirs the water into gentle ripples that lap against the hull of his vessel, the Stella Maris. She is a sturdy ship built from the finest oak and cedar, her bronze fittings polished until they gleam. The figurehead at her prow depicts Fortuna, goddess of fortune, her serene face gazing eternally toward the horizon. Marcus runs his weathered hand along the ship's rail, feeling the smooth wood worn by salt and sun, by countless hands that have gripped this same spot during storms and calm seas alike. Behind him, the sounds of the awakening port create a gentle symphony. Seagulls call to each other as they wheel overhead, their cries echoing off the stone walls of the warehouses. The creak of rope and wood mingles with the soft splash of oars as fishing boats return with the night's catch. Somewhere in the distance, a temple bell chimes the hour, its bronze voice carrying across the water like a benediction. As the first pale light touches the eastern sky, turning the mist from gray to pearl, Marcus's wife Livia approaches through the morning shadows. She carries a small amphora of olive oil blessed by the household gods, a tradition for safe travel that stretches back to the founding of the city. Her footsteps whisper against the wet stones as she moves with the quiet grace of a woman who has said goodbye to her husband many times, yet never grows accustomed to the parting. She places the amphora gently in his hands, and their fingers touch briefly, warmly, speaking volumes in that simple contact. No words are needed between them after 20 years of marriage, 20 years of departures and joyful returns. The children gather around, young Marcus clutching his wooden sword, little Claudia hiding shyly behind her mother's stola. They understand that father must go, that the salt roads call to him as they have called to merchants for centuries. But in this moment, they are simply a family sharing the precious gift of farewell. The ship's captain calls softly from the deck, his voice respectful but urgent. The tide is turning, and soon the current will carry them toward the open sea. Marcus embraces his family one final time, breathing in the scent of home Livia's rose perfume, the children's sweet warmth, the familiar smell of their house that clings to their clothes like a blessing. He boards the Stella Maris as the sun breaks free of the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber. The dock workers cast off the mooring lines with practiced efficiency, their movements as fluid as a dance. The ship moves slowly away from the quay, her sails filling with the morning breeze that carries the promise of adventure and the whisper of distant lands. From the deck, Marcus watches his family grow smaller, their figures becoming silhouettes against the awakening city. The great aqueducts stretch across the landscape like stone rainbows, carrying fresh water from the mountains to the million souls who call Rome their home. Smoke rises from countless hearths as the eternal city stirs to life, and the sound of wheels on stone echoes from the great roads that lead to every corner of the empire. The Tiber carries them gently toward the sea, past marshlands where herons stand motionless in the shallows, past fishing villages where nets hang drying in the morning light. Ahead lies Alexandria, jewel of Egypt, where the great lighthouse will guide them safely to harbor. But for now, there is only this peaceful moment, this gentle rocking of the ship, this soft whisper of water against wood as they sail toward the rising sun. The morning sun cast long shadows across Alexandria's harbor as Marcus guided his laden cart through the bustling port. Salt crystals caught the light like scattered diamonds, their white gleam promising wealth in this city where spices from the far reaches of the world commanded prices beyond imagination. The air carried the mingled scents of cardamom and cinnamon, frankincense and myrrh, each breath a reminder that he had reached one of the great crossroads of the ancient world. Behind him, the pharaoh's lighthouse stretched toward the heavens, its polished bronze mirror catching the morning light and sending signals far out to sea. Marcus paused to marvel at its impossible height, this wonder that guided ships safely home through Alexandria's treacherous waters. The lighthouse keeper was already at work, tending the great fire that would burn throughout the day, a beacon visible from leagues away across the Mediterranean. The merchant quarter welcomed him with familiar sounds, the gentle clink of coins changing hands, the soft rustle of silk being unfurled for inspection, the melodic calls of vendors announcing their wares in a dozen different languages. Marcus made his way to the spice market, where Ptolemy the spice merchant waited in the shade of his colorful awning, surrounded by clay jars that held the treasures of distant lands. "My friend from the Salt Lakes," Ptolemy called out warmly, his weathered hands already reaching for the scales. "The caravan from India arrived just yesterday. I have peppercorns that will make your Roman patrons weep with joy, and cinnamon bark so fresh you can still smell the morning dew from Ceylon's mountains." The negotiation was gentle, unhurried, conducted in the time-honored way of merchants who understood that true profit came not from haste, but from trust built over years. Marcus ran his fingers through his precious salt, each grain a testament to long days under the desert sun, while Ptolemy measured out spices with the care of a priest preparing sacred offerings. As silver coins changed hands and goods were carefully wrapped in linen, Marcus felt the familiar satisfaction of a fair trade completed. The spices would travel well to Rome, their exotic aromas a welcome luxury in the kitchens of patrician houses, while his salt would find its way to preservation houses and dinner tables throughout Alexandria's diverse neighborhoods. The afternoon found him wandering through the city's legendary streets, past the great library where scholars in flowing robes debated philosophy under marble columns. Through open doorways, he glimpsed scribes bent over papyrus scrolls, their reed pens scratching steadily as they copied the wisdom of ages. The sound was peaceful, rhythmic, like gentle rain on a thatched roof. In the library's shadow, he paused at a fountain where water bubbled up from hidden springs, its coolness a blessing in the warm Egyptian afternoon. Students sat on stone benches, reading scrolls in the dappled shade of date palms, their voices a soft murmur of learning that seemed to float on the breeze like incense. As evening approached, Marcus made his way to the Traveler's Rest, a tavern favored by merchants and sailors from across the known world. The innkeeper, a kindly Egyptian woman named Aminet, greeted him with warm bread and wine diluted with honey, served in a clay cup worn smooth by countless hands. The tavern filled slowly with the day's end crowd, traders from Nubia comparing gold prices, Greek sailors sharing tales of storms weathered and ports discovered, Roman officials discussing trade routes in low, comfortable voices. In one corner, a scribe worked by lamplight, carefully copying a scroll while a merchant dictated a letter to his family in distant Gaul. Marcus settled into a worn wooden chair near the window, where cool evening air carried the scent of jasmine from nearby gardens. The wine warmed him gently as he listened to the tavern's peaceful conversations, a Phoenician captain describing purple dye extracted from shells, an Arabian trader speaking softly of frankincense trees that grew only in hidden valleys, a Celtic merchant sharing stories of amber washed up on northern shores. The oil lamps flickered gently as night deepened over Alexandria. In the harbor, ships rocked at anchor, their masts swaying like reeds in a gentle current. The lighthouse beams swept across the water in its eternal rhythm, guiding wanderers safely home while the great library stood watch over the city's dreams. Marcus closed his eyes and let the tavern's quiet sounds wash over him, the soft scratch of the scribe's pen, the gentle clink of cups being refilled, the murmured conversations of fellow travelers sharing their stories with the night. Tomorrow would bring new trades, new roads, new adventures. But tonight, in this peaceful corner of the ancient world, all was well. The morning mist rises gently from the sacred waters of the Nile, carrying with it the rich, earthy scent of fertile mud and growing things. Marcus adjusts his wide-brimmed hat against the warming sun and guides his donkey along the ancient path that follows the river's edge. The steady clip-clop of hooves mingles with the soft lapping of water against the reedy banks, creating a rhythm as old as civilization itself. To his left, the great river flows with patient majesty, its surface catching the early light like scattered coins. Lotus blossoms float serenely in the shallows, their white and pink petals opening to greet the day. A blue heron stands motionless among the papyrus reeds, its reflection perfectly mirrored in the still water, waiting with infinite patience for the perfect moment to strike. The landscape stretches before Marcus in a tapestry of green abundance. Palm trees sway gently in the morning breeze, their fronds whispering secrets to the wind. Date palms heavy with fruit line the river's edge, while beyond them, fields of barley and wheat create a golden carpet that extends to the distant desert hills. In these fertile fields, farmers move with the unhurried grace of those who understand the rhythms of the earth. An elderly man guides his wooden plow behind a patient ox, the furrows he creates dark and rich with river silt. His grandson follows, scattering seeds with practiced movements, each handful destined to become the bread that will feed the village. Women in linen robes tend neat rows of vegetables, their voices carrying softly across the water as they share the day's gossip and ancient songs. Marcus pauses to watch as a group of fishermen cast their nets into the gentle current. The woven mesh spreads like a flower upon the water's surface before sinking slowly into the depths. They work in comfortable silence, their movements choreographed by generations of practice. When they haul in their catch, silver fish flash in the sunlight like liquid mercury, destined for the evening meal. Along the muddy banks, children play with the timeless joy of youth. They wade in the shallows, their laughter bubbling like the river itself as they chase minnows and collect smooth stones. A young girl carefully constructs a miniature village from river clay, complete with tiny houses and a temple, while her brother launches a toy boat made from folded papyrus leaves. As the sun climbs higher, Marcus reaches a village nestled between the river and a grove of tamarisk trees. The settlement awakens slowly, smoke rising from cooking fires as families prepare their morning meal. The air fills with the comforting aromas of baking bread and brewing barley beer, mixed with the sweet scent of frankincense from a nearby shrine. In the village market square, merchants arrange their wares with careful precision. Pottery gleams in neat rows, each vessel shaped by skilled hands on the potter's wheel. Baskets overflow with dates, figs, and onions from the surrounding fields. A weaver displays lengths of fine linen, the fabric so delicate it seems to float on the gentle breeze. Marcus approaches a scribe's stall where sheets of papyrus are displayed like golden treasures. The elderly scribe greets him with a warm smile, his fingers stained with ink from years of recording the village stories and transactions. They bargain with the pleasant ritual of old friends, each respecting the other's craft. Marcus offers his precious salt, pure white crystals that shimmer like captured starlight, in exchange for the finest papyrus sheets. As the transaction concludes, both men share a cup of sweet barley beer, savoring the moment of connection that transcends the simple exchange of goods. The scribe tells Marcus of the papyrus plants that grow wild in the marshes, how they are harvested with reverence and transformed into the medium that carries knowledge across the ages. The afternoon sun begins its descent toward the western hills, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber. The Nile reflects these colors like a mirror made of liquid light, its surface barely disturbed by the passage of a merchant boat loaded with grain. The boatman pulls his craft with steady strokes, his silhouette dark against the glowing water. Marcus prepares to continue his journey, but he pauses for one last moment to absorb the timeless peace of this place. The eternal river flows beside him, carrying with it the dreams and hopes of countless generations. Somewhere in the distance, a temple bell chimes softly, calling the faithful to evening prayers, while the first bats of dusk begin their graceful dance through the cooling air. As he guides his donkey back onto the river path, Marcus carries with him not just the precious papyrus, but the memory of this perfect moment beside the life-giving waters of the Nile. The road dust settles on your sandals as you approach the outskirts of Memphis, where the last golden rays of sunlight paint the limestone buildings in warm honey tones. Your pack feels lighter now, the weight of traded goods replaced by pouches of silver and the satisfying knowledge of deals well made. The air carries the mingled sense of baking bread, incense from distant temples, and the eternal dust of the ancient desert. As shadows lengthen across the cobblestones, you notice an elderly man seated beside a small fire outside a modest workshop. His hands, weathered and strong, bear the telltale stains of limestone dust that never quite wash away. Stone-cutting tools lie arranged beside him with the careful precision of a craftsman who has spent decades perfecting his art. The soft scraping sound of his sharpening stone creates a rhythmic, almost musical accompaniment to the evening's quiet symphony. The old mason looks up as you pass, his eyes crinkling with the kind of warmth that comes from a lifetime of patient work and gentle wisdom. Without words, he gestures toward a flat stone beside his fire, an invitation extended in the universal language of desert hospitality. You set down your pack with a grateful sigh and settle beside him, feeling the day's heat still radiating from the sun-warmed stone beneath you. From a simple clay pot, he produces fresh dates, their amber sweetness glistening in the firelight, and tears off pieces of bread still warm from the baker's oven. The simple meal tastes of grain and earth, of simple pleasures shared between strangers who understand the value of companionship as the day surrenders to night. You eat slowly, savoring not just the food but this moment of peaceful rest. As you share this humble feast, the mason's weathered hands gesture toward the distant horizon, where the Great Pyramid rises like a mountain crafted by gods. His voice, rough from years of breathing stone dust, carries stories that seem to flow from the very stones around you. He speaks of pharaohs whose names have echoed through centuries, their ambitions carved in limestone and granite, their dreams reaching toward the stars that are now beginning to appear in the deepening sky. He tells you of the morning rituals in the temple workshops, where craftsmen would light their oil lamps before dawn and offer quiet prayers for steady hands and true eyes. The sound of chisels against stone would create a gentle percussion that seemed to harmonize with the temple chants drifting from nearby sanctuaries. Each stone was placed with reverence, each carving made with the understanding that their work would outlast empires. The old mason's voice grows softer as he describes the satisfaction of fitting a stone so perfectly that no mortar was needed, the way ancient builders would test each block by candlelight, running their fingers along the edges to ensure the smoothness that would please both pharaoh and gods. His hands move as he speaks, unconsciously tracing the memory of perfect joints and precise angles in the air between you. As full darkness settles over Memphis, the Great Pyramid becomes a mysterious silhouette against the star-filled sky. The mason points to the constellation of Orion, explaining how the ancient builders aligned their greatest works with the eternal patterns of the heavens. His words blend with the gentle crackling of the dying fire, creating a lullaby of ancient wisdom and timeless craft. The night air grows cool against your skin, bringing relief after the day's heat, and carrying the distant sound of night birds calling from the reed beds along the Nile. Palm fronds whisper overhead in the gentle breeze, their rustling like the soft voices of countless generations who have watched these same stars wheel across the Egyptian sky. Your eyelids grow heavy as the mason's stories wind down like the dying embers of the fire. He speaks now of the deep satisfaction that comes from work that honors the past while building for the future, of stones placed with such care that they will stand long after the craftsman's name is forgotten. His voice becomes a gentle murmur, blending with the night sounds of this ancient city. The stars shine with crystalline clarity in the desert air, and the Great Pyramid stands as it has for millennia, a testament to human vision and divine inspiration. The old mason's breathing has become slow and even, his stories complete, his wisdom shared with another traveler on the endless road of human experience. Your own breathing deepens as you rest beside this craftsman whose hands have helped maintain the eternal monuments of Egypt. The night wraps around you like a gentle blanket, filled with the peaceful presence of ancient stones, eternal stars, and the quiet contentment that comes from simple human connection across the vast expanse of time. The western desert stretches endlessly in all directions, a sea of golden sand that ripples like frozen waves beneath the late afternoon sun. Your camel's steady rhythm has become a meditation, each footfall a gentle heartbeat against the ancient earth. The salt crystals in your cargo pouches catch the light, throwing tiny rainbows across the weathered leather of your travel bags. Then, like a dream materializing from the shimmering heat, you see it. A cluster of emerald palms rising impossibly from the desert floor, their fronds swaying in the warm breeze like welcoming hands. The oasis appears gradually, as if painted by an invisible artist, first the tallest date palms, then the smaller ones, and finally the glint of water catching the golden light. Your camel quickens its pace without prompting, sensing the promise of cool water ahead. The other merchants in your caravan murmur with relief and satisfaction. After 3 days of endless sand, this green sanctuary feels like stepping into another world entirely. As you draw closer, the air itself begins to change. The dry heat gives way to something softer, touched with moisture and the green scent of growing things. Palm fronds rustle overhead with a sound like gentle rain, and somewhere in the shadows, water trickles over smooth stones with a melody that seems to wash the desert dust from your very soul. You dismount slowly, your legs grateful to touch solid ground. The oasis spreads before you like a jewel set in golden sand, a perfect circle of life surrounded by the endless desert. Date palms tower overhead, their trunks scarred by generations of travelers who have carved their names and blessings into the bark. Smaller shrubs cluster near the water's edge, their leaves a dozen different shades of green, from pale sage to deep emerald. At the heart of it all lies the spring itself, a natural pool of the clearest water you have ever seen. It bubbles up from some hidden underground river, the surface disturbed only by the gentle movement of the spring's own current. Small fish dart between the smooth stones at the bottom, their scales flashing silver in the dappled sunlight that filters through the palm canopy. You unlace your travel boots with hands that shake slightly from exhaustion and anticipation. The leather is cracked and pale with salt, and your feet have grown accustomed to the constant pressure of walking on sand. When you lower your feet into the cool water, the sensation is so perfect it brings tears to your eyes. The spring water is neither cold nor warm, but exactly the temperature of contentment itself. Around the pool, other travelers are performing their own quiet rituals of arrival. A woman in flowing robes fills her water skins with careful reverence. An elderly merchant sits cross-legged on a flat stone, simply breathing in the green-scented air. Children from one of the caravans wade in the shallow edges of the pool, their laughter mixing with the sound of water over stone. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, the oasis transforms yet again. The harsh light of day softens into something golden and forgiving. The palm fronds cast intricate shadows across the sand, creating patterns that shift and dance in the evening breeze. Someone you cannot see who begins building a fire in the traditional circle of stones, near the largest date palm. The Bedouin traders who have been resting in the shade since your arrival begin to stir. These are the true children of the desert, men and women whose families have guided caravans along the salt roads for countless generations. Their camels are the finest you have ever seen, their robes the color of sand and sky, their eyes holding the wisdom of infinite horizons. As stars begin to appear in the deepening sky, first one, then dozens, then thousands, the traders gather around the fire. The flames cast dancing light across their weathered faces as they begin to speak in voices seasoned by desert winds. They tell stories of other oases, of sandstorms that lasted 7 days, of cities that rise like mirages from the distant mountains. You lean back against the trunk of a palm tree, your feet still trailing in the blessed coolness of the spring. The desert night is coming alive around you, not with the harsh emptiness of day, but with 1,000 subtle sounds and movements. Night-blooming flowers, invisible in daylight, begin to open their petals, releasing fragrances that seem impossible in this land of sand and stone. The fire crackles softly, the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns. The spring whispers its endless song of water over stone. And here, in this green sanctuary carved from the heart of the western desert, you close your eyes and let the peace of the oasis wash over you like a blessing. The morning sun casts long shadows across the desert as Marcus adjusts the leather straps of his pack one final time. Today marks a new chapter in his journey along the Salt Road, for he has been invited to join the great silk caravan that arrived at the oasis just before dawn. The caravan master, a weathered man named Khalil, whose eyes hold the wisdom of countless desert crossings, had examined Marcus's modest collection of amber and Mediterranean glass with approval. "You travel light, young merchant," Khalil had said with a knowing smile. "This is good. The desert teaches us that what we carry in our hearts weighs nothing, while what we burden our bodies with grows heavier with each step." Now, as Marcus walks alongside the magnificent procession, he marvels at the sight before him. 47 camels sway in a rhythmic dance across the sandy landscape, their bells creating a gentle symphony that seems to harmonize with the whisper of wind through the dunes. Each animal carries precious cargo, bolts of silk so fine they seem to capture and reflect the very essence of sunlight, their colors ranging from deep crimson to pale jade, from golden yellow to the soft purple of twilight skies. The silk has traveled further than Marcus can truly comprehend, beginning its journey in distant workshops where skilled artisans tend to mysterious creatures that spin threads finer than human hair. Khalil has told him stories of the great kingdom beyond the mountains, where emperors wear robes that shimmer like water and where gardens bloom with flowers that exist nowhere else in the world. As the caravan moves steadily toward the Red Sea, Marcus finds himself falling into the gentle rhythm of desert travel. The camel drivers, men from various corners of the known world, begin their traditional songs just as the sun reaches its highest point. Their voices blend together in melodies that seem as old as the sand itself, rising and falling like the dunes that stretch endlessly in every direction. One driver, a young man named Amara, whose family has guided caravans for 7 generations, teaches Marcus the meaning behind the songs. "We sing to keep the camels calm," he explains, his voice carrying easily over the soft padding of hooves and sand. "But more than that, we sing to remember who we are when the desert tries to make us forget." Each melody carries the story of our people, our homes, our dreams of return. The afternoon passes in peaceful contemplation as Marcus walks sometimes alongside Khalil, sometimes with the other merchants who have joined this portion of the journey. There is Dimitri, a Greek trader carrying small ceramic vessels filled with olive oil pressed from trees that grow on hillsides overlooking the wine-dark sea. Beside him walks Hassan, whose saddlebags contain samples of frankincense resin that will perfume temples and wealthy homes throughout the Roman world. As the sun begins its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, the caravan master signals for the evening halt. The camels seem to sense the approaching rest, their pace quickening slightly as the drivers guide them toward a sheltered spot between two low ridges where the wind will be gentler, and water can be found just beneath the surface of the sand. The ritual of making camp unfolds with practiced efficiency. The camels are unloaded and allowed to rest, their legs folding beneath them with grateful sighs that sound remarkably human. Tents are raised with swift, economical movements, and soon the evening fire crackles to life, casting dancing shadows against the canvas walls. It is around this fire that the true magic of the caravan reveals itself. As the stars begin to emerge in the darkening sky, each merchant produces delicacies from their homeland to share with their traveling companions. Khalil unwraps dates stuffed with nuts and honey, their sweetness intense and satisfying. Dimitri offers bread drizzled with golden olive oil and sprinkled with herbs that carry the scent of Mediterranean hillsides. Hassan contributes a tea brewed with spices that warm the body from within, its fragrance rising with the smoke toward the countless stars above. As the merchants eat and drink together, they begin to share stories of their homelands. Marcus listens with wonder as Dimitri describes the marble columns of Athens gleaming in the morning light, while Hassan speaks of desert cities where fountains play in hidden courtyards and evening breezes carry the calls of merchants through narrow, winding streets. The fire burns lower as the night deepens, and one by one, the merchants retreat to their bedrolls. Marcus lies on his back, gazing up at the vast tapestry of stars that seems closer here in the desert than anywhere else in the world. The gentle sounds of the sleeping camp, the soft breathing of camels, the whisper of wind through tent ropes, the distant call of a night bird, lull him toward dreams of distant markets and mysterious lands that await him along the endless salt road. The first whispers of dawn creep across the Red Sea like silk unfurling, painting the water in shades of amber and gold. Marcus stands at the edge of the ancient port of Berenice, his bare feet sinking slightly into sand still cool from the night. The air carries the salt-sweet scent of seaweed and the gentle lapping of waves against weathered wooden hulls. Before him, the harbor awakens with the quiet rhythm of fishermen who have known these waters for generations. Their boats bob gently, dark silhouettes against the brightening sky, while nets hang like silver webs between weathered masts. The men move with unhurried precision, their calloused hands working through tangles of rope and twine, mending tears that yesterday's catch left behind. Marcus watches one fisherman, his skin bronzed by countless mornings like this one, carefully threading new strands through his net. The old man's fingers dance across the mesh with practiced ease, each movement deliberate yet graceful. There is something deeply soothing in this ancient ritual, this quiet preparation for the day's gentle harvest from the sea. The water itself seems to breathe with the morning light. Beneath the surface, Marcus can see the coral reefs beginning to glow like underwater gardens. Branches of coral stretch upward in impossible colors, deep purples and brilliant oranges that seem to pulse with their own inner light. Schools of tiny silver fish move between the coral formations like living clouds, their scales catching fragments of sunlight that have somehow found their way through the crystalline water. A pelican glides overhead, its wings barely stirring the air as it circles once, twice, then folds into a perfect dive. The bird disappears beneath the surface with barely a splash, emerging moments later with its prize. It settles on a nearby piling, preening its feathers with the satisfaction of a successful morning hunt. As the sun climbs higher, its warmth begins to touch Marcus's shoulders through his simple linen tunic. The port comes alive with gentle sounds, the creak of rope against wood, the soft splash of oars cutting through calm water, the low murmur of voices carrying across the harbor. These are the peaceful sounds of a world waking slowly, without urgency or alarm. A small boat approaches the shore, and Marcus recognizes the pearl divers he has come to trade with. Their skin glistens with seawater, and their eyes hold the calm depth of those who spend their days in underwater silence. The eldest among them, a woman with intricate tattoos spiraling down her arms, greets Marcus with a gentle nod. The gardens are particularly beautiful this morning, she tells him, her voice soft as sea foam. The fish swim in colors I have no names for, blues that shift to green, yellows that become silver in the filtered light. We saw schools of them moving through the coral like rainbow ribbons. She opens a small leather pouch, revealing pearls that seem to hold captured moonlight. These came from the deepest gardens, she explains, where the coral grows in towers and the water is so clear you can see fish swimming 40 feet below as if they were floating in air. Marcus opens his own pack, revealing carefully wrapped blocks of salt, each one harvested from distant inland seas and carried across desert sands. The pearl diver runs her fingers across the crystalline surface, tasting a small grain on her tongue. This salt holds the memory of ancient waters, she says with appreciation. We will use it to preserve our catch, to honor the gifts the sea gives us. As they complete their trade, more boats return from their dawn fishing. The crews work together to haul their nets onto the beach, the morning catch glinting silver in the strengthening light. Children appear as if from nowhere, helping to sort the fish and gather seaweed that will dry in the sun. The Red Sea stretches endlessly toward the horizon, its surface now a mirror of deep blue dotted with small white caps that catch the light like scattered diamonds. In the distance, Marcus can see dolphins arcing through the water in their eternal dance, their joy evident even from this great distance. He takes a deep breath of the salt-tinged air, feeling the peace of this ancient port settle into his bones. Here at the edge of two worlds, land and sea, time moves differently. The urgent concerns of distant markets and desert crossings fade away, replaced by the eternal rhythm of tide and wave, the patient work of skilled hands, and the quiet satisfaction of fair trade between peoples who understand the true value of what the earth and sea provide. The morning light grows stronger, promising a day of gentle warmth and peaceful commerce ahead. The sun hangs low on the horizon, painting the Arabian Sea in shades of amber and rose gold as Marcus feels the familiar shift in the wind. The monsoon has arrived, bringing with it the promise of swift passage to distant shores. He stands at the bow of the merchant vessel, watching as the sails billow full and round, catching the steady breath of the ancient trade winds that have carried countless ships across these waters for generations beyond memory. The crew moves with practiced ease, adjusting ropes and securing cargo as the ship begins its rhythmic dance with the waves. Marcus breathes deeply, tasting salt and possibility on the warm evening air. Below deck, precious goods from distant lands rest safely in their holds: silk from China, spices from Ceylon, pearls from the Persian Gulf. But for now, all thoughts of commerce fade as he surrenders to the gentle majesty of the open sea. The ship rises and falls with each passing swell, a motion as natural as breathing. Water rushes along the hull with a soft, continuous whisper, like secrets being shared between the vessel and the ocean. Marcus finds himself swaying with the movement, his body learning the ancient rhythm that sailors have known since the first brave souls ventured beyond the sight of land. As twilight deepens, the first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. The Southern Cross emerges, a faithful compass point that will guide them through the nights ahead. Marcus has traveled this route before, but each journey brings its own magic, its own quiet revelations. Tonight, the air is warm and humid, carrying the promise of distant shores where monsoon rains nurture lush forests and ancient temples rise from emerald hills. A splash near the bow catches his attention, and Marcus leans forward to see a pod of dolphins emerging from the depths. Their sleek bodies arc through the water with effortless grace, silver and dark against the phosphorescent wake of the ship. They swim alongside the vessel as if welcoming it to their domain, their playful leaps creating brief explosions of spray that catch the last golden light of day. One dolphin surfaces close to the ship, its intelligent eye seeming to meet Marcus's gaze for a moment before it disappears again beneath the waves. The merchant finds himself smiling, remembering stories the sailors tell of dolphins guiding lost ships to safety, of their presence being a blessing for smooth seas ahead. Whether truth or sailors' tales, their company brings a sense of peace that settles deep in his chest. The wind continues steady and warm, carrying with it the sense of distant lands, the green smell of approaching monsoon rains, the faint sweetness of tropical flowers, the rich earthiness of foreign soils. Marcus closes his eyes and lets these fragrances transport him to markets he has yet to visit, to conversations he will soon have with merchants who speak in melodious languages he is slowly learning to understand. As full darkness falls, flying fish begin their nightly performances. They burst from the waves like silver arrows, their fins spread wide as they glide above the water's surface for impossible distances before diving back into the sea. Marcus watches in wonder as dozens of them create brief constellations against the night sky, their scales catching starlight before they vanish again into the depths. The ship's crew settles into their evening routines, their voices carrying across the deck in soft conversations and gentle laughter. Someone begins a quiet song, a melody that speaks of home and distant harbors, of loves left behind and adventures yet to come. The words are in a language Marcus doesn't recognize, but the emotion is universal, the bittersweet joy of the traveler, forever caught between departure and arrival. The captain approaches, his weathered hands steady on the rail beside Marcus. "Good winds tonight," he says simply, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a man who has read the sea's moods for decades. "We'll make fine time to Calicut if this holds." Marcus nods, trusting in the captain's wisdom, in the ancient knowledge passed down through generations of those who have made their living from the sea's generous embrace. As the night deepens, the ship continues its steady progress across the darkening waters. The monsoon winds fill the sails with consistent strength, pushing them ever eastward toward the spice markets of India. Marcus remains at the rail, watching the stars multiply in the clear sky above, listening to the eternal conversation between wind and wave, between ship and sea. The gentle rocking of the vessel creates its own natural lullaby, a rhythm as old as the tides themselves. In this peaceful moment, suspended between sky and sea, Marcus feels the deep contentment of the traveler who has found his proper place in the vast, wonderful world. The morning sun cast long shadows across the harbor as Marcus guided his laden cart down the final stretch of cobblestone road. Before him, the port of Musurus awakened like a flower opening to greet the dawn. The salt-tinged air carried whispers of distant lands, woven together in a tapestry of aromas that made his travel-weary senses come alive. Cardamom pods, their green shells split just enough to release their sweet, camphor-like essence, perfumed the breeze. Black peppercorns, precious as tiny jewels, added their sharp warmth to the morning air. And threading through it all, the golden sweetness of cinnamon bark, rolled tight like ancient scrolls holding secrets of far-off kingdoms. Marcus paused at the harbor's edge, allowing his eyes to adjust to this new world. Merchants moved with unhurried grace between towering pyramids of spices, their silk robes catching the light like captured rainbows. Deep sapphire blues rippled alongside sunset oranges and forest greens, each fold of fabric telling stories of distant workshops where nimble fingers had woven dreams into cloth. A merchant with kind eyes and silver-streaked beard approached, his bronze scales gleaming in his weathered hands. The scales were works of art themselves, polished smooth by countless transactions, their shallow bowls worn to a gentle patina that spoke of generations of honest trade. He weighed cardamom with the reverence of a priest handling sacred relics, each small pod clicking softly against its neighbors like gentle rain on leaves. The harbor stretched before them, its waters reflecting the soft colors of morning clouds. Boats with curved hulls and painted eyes rocked gently at their moorings, their holds filled with treasures from lands beyond the horizon. Palm fronds rustled overhead, creating patches of shifting shade that danced across the wooden docks like living shadows. Marcus found himself drawn deeper into the marketplace, where conversation flowed in a dozen languages, each voice adding its own melody to the symphony of commerce. But this was not the harsh bargaining of frontier towns. Here, business was conducted with ceremony, with respect for the precious goods that had traveled so far to reach these shores. An elderly woman sat cross-legged beside baskets of star anise, the 8-pointed pods arranged like tiny wooden flowers. She smiled as Marcus approached, gesturing for him to breathe in their licorice-sweet perfume. Her eyes crinkled with warmth as she spoke in musical tones, her words like water flowing over smooth stones, even though he could not understand their meaning. As the day gentled toward evening, Marcus sought lodging in the merchant quarter. A helpful trader, his purple robe embroidered with golden threads, led him through narrow streets where buildings leaned close together like old friends sharing secrets. The stone walls were cool to the touch, worn smooth by sea winds and countless hands. The inn appeared before them like a hidden garden. Through an arched doorway, Marcus discovered a courtyard that seemed to exist in its own peaceful world. Jasmine vines climbed the walls, their star-shaped white flowers releasing their intoxicating fragrance into the warm air. The scent was so pure, so concentrated, that it seemed to wash away the dust and weariness of his long journey. A fountain bubbled quietly in the center of the courtyard, its water catching the last rays of sunlight and scattering them like liquid diamonds across the worn stone floor. The sound was hypnotic, a gentle percussion that seemed to slow time itself. Fish with scales like scattered coins moved lazily in the fountain's pool, their movements creating ripples that caught the light. Cushions covered in silk, the color of deep ocean water, were arranged around low tables carved from sandalwood. The wood itself carried its own perfume, a creamy sweetness that mingled with the jasmine to create an atmosphere of pure tranquility. Oil lamps flickered to life as darkness began to fall, their flames steady and warm, casting a golden glow over everything. An attendant appeared with a tray of refreshments, dates stuffed with almonds, their sweetness balanced by the nuts' gentle crunch, and tea brewed from flowers Marcus had never seen before. The liquid was pale gold in his cup, steaming gently, its aroma floral and soothing. As he settled onto the soft cushions, Marcus felt the last tensions of his journey melting away like morning mist. The jasmine perfume seemed to wrap around him like a gentle embrace, while the fountain's song provided a lullaby for his tired soul. In this peaceful harbor, surrounded by the treasures of distant lands and the kindness of fellow travelers, he finally understood why merchants spoke of Musurus not just as a destination, but as a dream made real. The spice-scented evening air drifted through the courtyard, carrying with it the promise of rest and the gentle mysteries of this ancient trading post where east met west in perfect harmony. The morning mist clings to the western Ghats like a soft silk veil, and you find yourself walking beside Marcus as he follows a winding path through the pepper gardens. The air here is different, thick with moisture and alive with the green scent of growing things. Each breath feels like drinking from a cool spring, refreshing and pure. Your feet sink slightly into the rich, dark earth as you move between rows of wooden poles that stretch toward the misty sky. Wrapped around each pole, black pepper vines climb upward in gentle spirals, their heart-shaped leaves catching droplets of dew that sparkle like tiny diamonds in the filtered sunlight. The vines seem to whisper secrets as they rustle in the soft morning breeze. The Pepper King walks ahead of you both, his weathered hands moving gracefully as he explains his craft. His voice carries the rhythm of someone who has spent countless mornings in these groves, someone who knows each vine by touch. He shows you clusters of small green berries that will soon turn black in the drying sun, each one no larger than a pea, yet worth its weight in gold in distant Roman markets. You pause beside a particularly large vine, its woody stem as thick as your wrist. The Pepper King reaches up and plucks a single berry, rolling it between his fingers before offering it to Marcus. The merchant bites down carefully, and you watch his eyes water slightly from the sharp, clean heat. But there's wonder there too, the recognition of something precious and rare. The path curves deeper into the plantation, where the air grows cooler and damper. Here, the canopy of pepper vines mingles with taller trees, cardamom bushes with their delicate white flowers, and cinnamon trees whose bark peels away in fragrant scrolls. The Pepper King explains how these spices grow together, each one drawing different minerals from the red earth, creating a symphony of flavors that will travel thousands of miles. You come upon women working among the vines, their saris bright splashes of color against the green backdrop. Their movements are unhurried and practiced as they examine each cluster of berries, selecting only those that have reached perfect ripeness. Their voices blend with the morning sounds, birds calling from hidden perches, the distant splash of a mountain stream, the gentle rustling of leaves. The Pepper King leads you to a broad, flat area where hundreds of woven mats are spread across the ground. Here, yesterday's harvest lies drying in neat rows, the berries slowly turning from green to the deep black that Marcus knows so well. The scent rises from the mats in waves, sharp and complex, warming the back of your throat even from a distance. Workers move among the mats with wooden rakes, turning the berries so they dry evenly in the mountain sun. As the morning progresses, clouds begin to gather above the peaks, dark and heavy with the promise of rain. The Pepper King smiles and gestures toward a low building with walls of woven bamboo and a roof of carefully layered palm leaves. The structure seems to grow from the earth itself, as natural as the trees around it. Inside, the space is cool and dim, filled with the gentle sounds of preparation. Women sit cross-legged on the floor, grinding spices on stone slabs, the rhythmic scraping creating a peaceful percussion. Steam rises from large earthenware pots, carrying the mingled scents of turmeric, ginger, and that precious black pepper. You settle onto woven mats as the first drops of rain begin to patter against the palm leaf roof. The sound starts as individual drops, then grows into a steady drumming that seems to wrap the world in a cocoon of white noise. The Pepper King's wife serves rice from a large pot, each grain separate and perfectly cooked, gleaming like small pearls on the banana leaves that serve as plates. The curry that follows is a revelation of flavors, vegetables grown in this very soil, cooked with spices harvested from these hills. Each bite warms you from within, the pepper providing a gentle heat that spreads through your chest. Marcus closes his eyes as he eats, savoring not just the food but the knowledge of its source, the hands that grew and prepared it. Outside, the monsoon rain falls in sheets, drumming steadily on the roof and filling the air with the sweet scent of wet earth. But inside this bamboo haven, all is warm and peaceful. The Pepper King speaks softly of seasons and harvests, of the delicate balance between sun and rain that creates the perfect conditions for his precious vines. As you listen to his voice blend with the rhythm of the rain, you feel the day's journey settling into your bones. The morning's walk through misty gardens, the scent of drying spices, the taste of food prepared with love and knowledge, all of it wraps around you like a soft blanket, carrying you toward the gentle embrace of sleep. The bronze bells begin their evening song just as the sun touches the rim of the distant mountains, their deep, resonant tones rolling across the terraced gardens like waves of sound made visible in the cooling air. Marcus pauses on the worn stone steps of the temple, his leather satchel resting against his hip as he watches the transformation of this sacred place from day into dusk. The temple rises before him in gentle tiers, each level carved from honey-colored sandstone that seems to hold the last warmth of daylight within its surface. Columns spiral upward like frozen flames, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns of lotus blossoms and celestial dancers, each figure no larger than his thumb yet rendered with such delicate precision that they seem to breathe in the flickering light of oil lamps being lit along the walkways. A monk in saffron robes moves between the floating lotus flowers in the reflecting pool, his movements deliberate and unhurried as he tends to each bloom with the reverence of one caring for living jewels. The water beneath the flowers is so still it mirrors the darkening sky perfectly, creating the illusion that the lotuses float suspended between two infinite spaces, their white and pink petals catching the last golden rays of sunlight. Incense smoke rises in thin, wavering columns from brass burners placed at intervals along the colonnade, the sweet fragrance of sandalwood and jasmine mixing with the evening air that carries hints of mountain pine and the distant promise of night-blooming cereus. The smoke seems to dance with the sound of the bells, creating an atmosphere so thick with peace that Marcus feels his breathing naturally slow to match the rhythm of this ancient ritual. Other pilgrims and travelers have gathered in the courtyard, some kneeling on small prayer mats, others standing with hands pressed together at their hearts, all facing the central shrine where more monks move in silent choreography around an altar, adorned with marigold garlands and small clay lamps whose flames never waver in the still air. The chanting begins low and wordless, a humming that seems to rise from the very stones beneath their feet. The terraced gardens cascade down the hillside in perfect symmetry, each level connected by narrow paths lined with flowering shrubs whose blossoms release their perfume more generously as the temperature drops. Jasmine vines wind around trellises, their star-shaped flowers glowing white against dark leaves, while somewhere in the gathering shadows, a nightingale tries its voice in preparation for its nocturnal serenade. Above them all, the mountains stand like ancient guardians, their peaks now painted in shades of deep purple and rose gold as the sun sinks lower, casting long shadows that stretch across the valley below like the fingers of sleeping giants. The air grows cooler with each passing moment, carrying with it the clean scent of snow from distant peaks and the earthier aroma of herbs growing wild on the mountainsides. Marcus finds himself drawn to a small alcove carved into the temple wall, where a single stone Buddha sits in eternal meditation, his face serene and eyes half closed in the expression of one who has found perfect peace. Before the statue, someone has placed a small offering of white flowers, their petals beginning to curl slightly at the edges, marking the passage of time in this place where time seems to move differently than in the busy markets and crowded caravanserais of the Salt Road. The temple bells continue their evening song, each note hanging in the air for what seems like minutes before fading into the next, creating a continuous tapestry of sound that weaves through the architecture and gardens like an invisible thread binding everything together. Some bells ring deep and sonorous, others light and crystalline, all of them finding their own rhythm in the grand symphony of this daily transition from light to darkness. As the last sliver of sun disappears behind the mountain ridge, oil lamps throughout the temple complex flicker to life as if responding to some unspoken signal. Their warm golden glow transforms the carved stone into something magical, making the dancing figures on the columns seem to move in the wavering light and casting gentle shadows that soften every edge and corner. The evening prayers reach their crescendo, voices joining the bells in harmonies that seem to lift the very air, carrying with them the accumulated hopes and gratitudes of countless pilgrims who have stood in this same spot, watching this same sunset, listening to these same bells, finding in this ancient ritual a moment of perfect stillness in their long journeys through the world. In the growing darkness, stars begin to appear between the mountain peaks, and Marcus knows that tomorrow the Salt Road will call him onward. But for now, in this suspended moment between day and night, surrounded by the gentle symphony of bells and prayers, he is exactly where he needs to be. The morning sun filters through the mulberry groves as Marcus approaches the weaving village, its golden rays catching dewdrops that cling to leaves like tiny crystals. The air carries the sweet scent of silk cocoons and the distant, rhythmic sound of wooden looms, a gentle percussion that grows stronger with each step along the dusty path. Smoke rises lazily from clay chimneys, and the merchant can smell bread baking in outdoor ovens, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp silk threads drying on wooden frames. Children's laughter echoes from somewhere beyond the village walls, soft and musical, like water trickling over smooth stones. As Marcus enters through the arched gateway, he's greeted by a symphony of gentle sounds. The steady clack-clack-clack of shuttle and heddle creates a peaceful rhythm that seems to pulse with the very heartbeat of the village. Weavers sit at their looms under shaded porticos, their hands moving in fluid motions that have been passed down through countless generations. An elderly woman with silver hair braided with colorful threads notices the merchant's arrival. Her weathered hands never pause in their work as she nods welcomingly, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of decades spent creating beauty from simple strands of silk. The loom before her holds a tapestry of deep blues and golds, patterns that seem to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. "Welcome, traveler," she says, her voice as soft as the silk she weaves. "I am Lydia, keeper of the old songs. Would you care to rest and watch our work?" Marcus gratefully accepts, settling onto a smooth wooden bench worn smooth by countless visitors. Around him, the village moves with unhurried purpose. Young girls sit in circles, their nimble fingers learning to guide threads while they hum traditional melodies that match the tempo of their work. Their voices blend harmoniously, creating layers of sound as intricate as the patterns they weave. The songs are wordless, flowing like gentle streams, rising and falling with the movement of hands and shuttles. Each melody seems designed to match a different weaving technique: quick, light notes for delicate border work, deeper, slower tones for the substantial body of the cloth. The music becomes part of the fabric itself, woven into every thread with invisible fingers of tradition. Lydia begins a new song, her voice clear despite her years. The younger weavers join in gradually, their harmonies intertwining like colored threads on a loom. The melody speaks of seasons changing, of silkworms spinning their cocoons in spring warmth, of harvest celebrations when the year's finest cloth would be displayed with pride. As the afternoon light grows softer, casting long shadows across the workspaces, the pace of both weaving and song begins to slow. Marcus watches, mesmerized, as patterns emerge from seemingly random colored threads. Flowers bloom across the silk, vines twist in elegant spirals, and birds seem to take flight across the fabric's surface. A young girl with dark eyes shows Marcus how she selects each thread, explaining in whispered tones how colors must be chosen not just for beauty, but for the emotions they will carry to those who wear the finished cloth. Her small hands demonstrate the gentle tension needed to keep threads from breaking, the patient rhythm required to create perfect, even rows. The sun begins to set, painting the sky in shades that mirror the rich purples and golds of the finest silk. Lamps are lit throughout the village, not harsh flames, but gentle glows that cast warm pools of light over the continuing work. The weavers don't stop with darkness. Instead, the lamplight transforms their craft into something almost magical. In the golden glow, the threads seem to come alive, colors shifting and flowing like liquid light. The patterns appear to move and breathe, as if the very essence of the songs has been captured in silk and made visible. The clacking of the looms takes on a different quality in the peaceful evening air, softer, more musical, like gentle rain on leaves. Marcus finds himself growing drowsy as he listens to the hypnotic rhythm. The weavers' songs have grown quieter now, matching the settling energy of twilight. Some of the younger children have curled up on soft mats near their mother's looms, lulled to sleep by the familiar sounds of their daily world. As night deepens, the village doesn't fall silent. Instead, it transforms into something even more peaceful. The dedicated night weavers continue their work by lamplight, their songs now mere whispers that blend with the gentle night sounds: crickets chirping, leaves rustling in the warm breeze, the distant lowing of cattle settling for the night. The merchant pulls his cloak closer and allows his eyes to drift closed, surrounded by the eternal rhythm of the looms and the soft, wordless songs that seem to weave dreams themselves into the very air around him. The first light of dawn touched the sacred waters of the Ganges, and Marcus found himself standing at the river's edge, watching as the ancient ritual began to unfold before him. The air was soft and cool, carrying the gentle fragrance of sandalwood incense and marigold flowers that had been scattered upon the water throughout the night. From the stone steps of the Ghat, pilgrims began their slow descent toward the river. Their white cotton garments caught the pale morning light, creating gentle shadows that danced across the worn stones. Marcus observed in respectful silence as each pilgrim carried small clay lamps, no larger than the palm of a hand, filled with oil and crowned with tiny flames that flickered like earthbound stars. The first pilgrim, an elderly woman with silver hair braided with jasmine blossoms, waded into the shallow water. She held her lamp with both hands, whispering prayers that were carried away on the morning breeze. With infinite care, she released the small vessel onto the current, watching as it began its journey downstream. The flame continued to burn, steady and bright, as the lamp joined the growing constellation of lights upon the dark water. One by one, more pilgrims followed. Children walked hand in hand with their grandparents. Young mothers cradled infants while balancing their offerings, and weathered men with kind eyes added their lamps to the river of stars. Each flame told a story of hope, of gratitude, of wishes carried toward the distant sea. Marcus felt the weight of his own salt-stained leather pouch, heavy with the precious white crystals that had brought him so far from home. Here, surrounded by this timeless ceremony, his trade goods seemed to fade in importance. He was simply a witness to something far greater than commerce, a connection between earth and heaven that had flowed as steadily as the river itself for countless generations. From across the water, the sound of temple chants began to rise with the sun. Deep voices harmonized in ancient melodies, their resonant tones vibrating through the morning air and seeming to emerge from the very stones of the temples that lined the riverbank. The chanting wove itself around the gentle lapping of water against the ghats, creating a symphony that spoke of devotion and eternal peace. As the ceremony continued, Marcus noticed movement along the riverbank. Boat builders were beginning their daily work, their hands already busy with tools that had been passed down through generations. He approached them with the quiet respect he had learned to show in sacred places, watching as they shaped planks of fragrant sandalwood with careful precision. The master craftsman, his beard white as salt and his eyes creased with decades of concentration, looked up from his work. Without words, he gestured for Marcus to sit beside him on a low wooden stool. Together, they watched as the man's apprentices fitted curved ribs into place, the boat taking shape like a prayer-made manifest in wood. The scent of sandalwood shavings mixed with the morning air, sweet and grounding. Marcus reached into his pouch and withdrew a small portion of his finest salt, letting the crystals catch the growing sunlight. The boat builder examined them with appreciation, understanding immediately their quality and purity. This was trade conducted not with haggling or urgency, but with the same reverence that surrounded the river itself. As they negotiated quietly, more lamps continued to float past. The flames had begun to stretch out along the water like a constellation that had fallen from the night sky and chosen to journey toward the sea. Some lamps clustered together, their lights creating small pools of warmth on the water's surface. Others drifted alone, solitary stars carrying solitary prayers. The temple chants grew richer as more voices joined the morning praise, and Marcus found himself thinking of his own journey along the salt roads. Each step had been like placing a lamp upon the water, a small light of purpose carried forward by currents larger than himself. The salt he traded connected distant shores, bringing flavor and preservation to tables he would never see, just as these lamps carried the hopes of pilgrims to waters he might never reach. The boat builders' apprentices continued their patient work, and Marcus realized that he was witnessing another kind of pilgrimage. These craftsmen shaped vessels that would carry people safely across the sacred waters, their skill and devotion as much a prayer as any lamp set afloat on the current. As the sun climbed higher, painting the river in shades of gold and amber, the last of the lamps disappeared around a distant bend. The ceremony was complete, but its peace lingered in the air like the fragrance of sandalwood and the echo of ancient chants. Marcus closed his eyes and breathed deeply, carrying this moment of sacred tranquility within himself as he prepared to continue his own journey along the endless salt roads. The merchant road had led Marcus to a place where knowledge bloomed like lotus flowers in still water. The university town of Nalanda stretched before him, its terracotta buildings rising in gentle terraces against the evening sky. Palm fronds whispered ancient secrets in the warm breeze, and somewhere in the distance, Temple bells chimed the hour with voices as pure as mountain streams. Marcus had been welcomed into the scholars' courtyard, a peaceful retreat nestled within the heart of the great learning center. The gatekeeper, an elderly man with kind eyes and hands stained with ink, had simply nodded when Marcus approached, as if travelers seeking wisdom were as common as morning dew. The courtyard itself was a sanctuary of quiet learning. Mango trees heavy with fruit cast dappled shadows across worn stone paths, their leaves rustling with each gentle breath of wind. Between their ancient trunks, younger scholars sat cross-legged on woven mats, carefully copying sacred texts onto strips of palm leaf with styluses carved from bamboo. The soft scratching of their tools created a rhythm as soothing as distant rain. Marcus found himself a quiet corner beneath a sprawling banyan tree, its aerial roots creating a natural pavilion of green shade. He spread his travel blanket on the smooth stones and settled back against the broad trunk, feeling the day's dust and weariness begin to lift from his shoulders. The tree seemed to breathe around him, its massive canopy alive with the gentle chatter of parrots and the melodious calls of golden orioles. Nearby, a small group of masters had gathered in animated but peaceful discussion. Their voices carried the cadence of philosophical debate, but without the sharp edges of argument. Instead, their words flowed like water finding its way around stones, each speaker building upon the thoughts of others with gracious consideration. Marcus closed his eyes and let their scholarly conversation wash over him like a familiar lullaby, understanding little of the Sanskrit but finding comfort in the measured rhythms of ancient wisdom being shared. A student approached with a clay cup of cool, sweet lassi, fragrant with cardamom and rose water. The young man's movements were unhurried, his smile genuine as he offered the refreshment without expectation of payment. Marcus accepted gratefully, savoring the creamy drink as it soothed his travel-parched throat. The simple kindness reminded him that learning centers like this were not just repositories of knowledge, but communities built on generosity and mutual respect. As the sun began its slow descent toward the western horizon, the courtyard transformed into an even more magical space. Oil lamps were lit in alcoves carved into the surrounding walls, their flames dancing like tiny spirits against the darkening stone. The scholars began to gather their materials, rolling their palm leaf manuscripts with reverent care and securing them in wooden boxes polished smooth by countless hands. The evening air filled with the sound of water being drawn from the courtyard's central well, its wooden bucket creaking melodically as it rose and fell. Students took turns at their ablutions, the gentle splash of water on stone adding another layer to the courtyard's peaceful symphony. Jasmine vines that climbed the walls began to release their intoxicating fragrance as the cooler air awakened their blossoms. From somewhere beyond the courtyard walls, the first notes of a sitar began to drift on the evening breeze. The musician, perhaps a student or master skilled in the ancient art, had begun the evening raga, those classical melodies designed to honor the transition from day to night. The notes seemed to rise and fall like the very breath of the earth itself, each phrase carefully constructed to mirror the natural rhythms of sunset. Other instruments gradually joined the sitar's lonely song. The gentle percussion of tabla drums provided a heartbeat as steady as the earth's own pulse. A bamboo flute added its sweet, high voice to the ensemble, its melody weaving through the deeper tones like a bird taking flight. The music wasn't performed for any audience, but seemed to emerge naturally from the scholarly community's daily rhythm, as essential as breathing or the cycle of seasons. Marcus pulled his light cotton shawl closer around his shoulders as the air began to cool. Around him, the last of the palm leaf scribes packed away their work, their day's contribution to preserving ancient wisdom complete. The master's discussion had grown softer, more contemplative, their voices blending with the evening music in perfect harmony. As darkness settled gently over the courtyard like a familiar blanket, Marcus felt his eyelids growing heavy. The sitar continued its meditative raga, each note carefully placed in the silence like stepping stones across a peaceful stream. Tomorrow would bring new roads and distant markets, But tonight he was held safe in this sanctuary of learning, surrounded by the gentle sounds of scholarship and the timeless melodies that had sung students and travelers to sleep for countless generations. The last thing he heard before sleep claimed him was the soft rustle of palm leaves above his head, whispering their ancient stories to the star-filled sky. The morning mist clings to the valleys like silk scarves as Marcus guides his weary caravan through the foothills of the great mountains. Above him, the Himalayas rise into the clouds, their snow-covered peaks catching the first golden rays of dawn. The air grows thinner with each step, crisp and clean in a way that fills his lungs with an almost sacred purity. The pack animals move slowly now, their breath visible in small puffs of vapor. The familiar sound of bells and harnesses mingles with something new, the distant flutter of prayer flags strung between tall wooden poles. Red, blue, yellow, green, and white squares of cloth dance in the mountain breeze, their ancient symbols catching sunlight as they whisper prayers into the vast sky above. Marcus pauses to adjust his wool cloak, watching as an eagle circles high overhead, riding the invisible currents that flow between these ancient peaks. Its wings spread wide and motionless. It seems to float rather than fly, a dark silhouette against the pale morning sky. The bird's cry echoes off the rocky slopes, a wild and lonely sound that speaks of freedom and endless horizons. The path winds upward through terraced fields where barley grows in neat rows, each level carved into the mountainside by generations of patient hands. Stone walls hold back the earth, creating gardens that seem to climb toward heaven itself. Here and there, a farmer tends to his crops, moving with the unhurried rhythm of mountain life, his broad-brimmed hat protecting him from the intense high-altitude sun. As the caravan rounds a bend, Marcus sees the village ahead, a cluster of whitewashed buildings with flat roofs, nestled against the mountainside like sleeping cats. Smoke rises from several chimneys, carrying the scent of burning yak dung, a sweet, earthy smell that mountain people have used for fuel since time beyond memory. The buildings seem to grow from the rock itself, their walls thick and sturdy against the mountain winds. A group of villagers approaches, their faces weathered by wind and sun but kind in their welcome. They wear thick robes of deep burgundy and saffron yellow, and their hands are stained from handling the herbs that grow wild on these mountain slopes. An elderly woman steps forward, her silver hair braided with colorful threads, and gestures toward the village with a smile that needs no translation. In the village square, Marcus spreads his wares on thick carpets while the mountain people gather around with curious eyes. They examine his goods with gentle hands, silk from distant valleys, spices that smell of warm coastal cities, and small trinkets that catch the light. In return, they offer treasures of their own, blocks of dried yak butter wrapped in cloth, their surfaces pale and smooth like mountain snow. The village headman brings out wooden bowls of tea, steaming hot and fragrant with herbs gathered from the high meadows. Marcus accepts a bowl gratefully, wrapping his cold fingers around its warmth. The tea is unlike anything he has tasted, complex and earthy, with hints of flowers that bloom only in the thin mountain air. Each sip seems to warm him from within, a liquid embrace against the mountain cold. As he trades, Marcus notices how the villagers move with deliberate grace, never hurrying, always mindful. A young woman tends a fire where more tea leaves dry in flat baskets, turning them gently with wooden tools. Children play nearby, their laughter bright as mountain streams, while grandmothers spin yak wool into thick, warm threads on ancient wooden spindles. The sun climbs higher, painting the snow-capped peaks in shades of rose and gold. Prayer wheels spin lazily in the hands of elderly men who walk the village perimeter, each turn sending whispered mantras into the mountain air. The sound of their footsteps mingles with the gentle tinkling of bells and the soft murmur of conversation. A group of traders from deeper in the mountains arrives, their yaks loaded with bundles of precious herbs and chunks of rock salt that gleam like crystals in the sunlight. They move in single file along the narrow paths, their animals sure-footed on the rocky ground, following routes their ancestors have traveled for countless generations. As evening approaches and Marcus prepares to make camp, the villagers gift him with extra blankets woven from the softest yak wool. The fabric is thick and warm, dyed in colors that echo the prayer flag's deep blues like the mountain sky, rich reds like sunset on snow, and golds that capture the light of high-altitude stars. The mountain night settles around them slowly, bringing with it a silence so complete it seems to have weight. Above, stars appear one by one in the clear, thin air, brighter than any Marcus has seen before. The Milky Way stretches across the sky like a river of light, while the snow-covered peaks stand as silent guardians against the star-filled darkness. Here in the embrace of these ancient mountains, surrounded by the gentle hospitality of the high plateau people, Marcus feels the deep peace that only such sacred places can offer. The morning mist clings to the mountainside like silk scarves abandoned by the gods, and Marcus pulls his woolen cloak closer as he follows the narrow path carved into living rock. The Pass of Winds lives up to its name. Gentle currents of air dance around the stone pillars that mark this ancient crossing, carrying with them the scent of snow and wild herbs that grow impossibly high above the world below. His Sherpa guide, Tenzin, moves with the fluid grace of someone born to these heights. Each footstep is placed with quiet reverence, as if the mountain itself might be listening. Behind them, the pack train of yaks picks their way along the worn stones, their thick coats rippling in the thin air, their breath forming small clouds that dissipate into the endless blue above. "Look now," Tenzin says softly, his voice carrying the melody of distant valleys. "The world shows herself." Marcus follows his gaze and feels his breath catch, not from the altitude, but from wonder. Below them, valley after valley unfolds like pages in an ancient book, each one painted in shades of emerald and gold. Rivers thread through them like silver ribbons, catching the early light and throwing it back to the sky in gentle sparkles. Terraced fields climb the distant hillsides in perfect curves, each one a testament to generations of patient hands. "How many merchants have stood here?" Marcus asks, his voice barely above a whisper. "As many as there are stars," Tenzin replies, settling onto a smooth boulder that has been worn into a natural seat by countless travelers. "My grandfather's grandfather guided caravans on this path. Salt merchants from the Great Lakes, silk traders bound for distant kingdoms, pilgrims seeking wisdom in the high temples. All have rested here, all have seen what you see now." The wind carries stories in its currents. Marcus can almost hear them. The creak of leather saddles, the soft chanting of prayer wheels, the gentle lowing of animals long since returned to dust. This pass is more than stone and sky. It is memory made manifest, a place where time moves differently, where the present moment stretches like honey poured from a jar. As the day wanes, Tenzin begins the ritual of making camp. His movements are unhurried, deliberate. He gathers dried yak dung with the same reverence others might reserve for precious metals, arranging it in a small circle of stones that have been blackened by countless fires. The flame, when it comes, burns clean and bright, sending up spirals of smoke that seem to dance with the mountain spirits. The old traders knew secrets, Tenzin says as he tends the fire. How to read the wind's direction 3 days ahead, which stars would guide them through the darkest passes, where to find water when the streams run dry. He adds herbs to the pot that hangs above the flames, wild thyme and mountain mint, their fragrance mixing with the thin air to create something almost magical. Marcus watches the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky. Here, so far from the smoke of cities and the glow of torches, the night reveals its true face. The constellations emerge not as distant points of light, but as intimate companions. The Great Bear seems close enough to touch, its stars so bright they cast faint shadows on the stone. The Weaver's loom stretches across the southern sky, each star a thread in the cosmic tapestry. My people say the stars are campfires of the ancestors, Tenzin murmurs, passing Marcus a cup of butter tea that steams in the cool air. They watch over the passes, guide the lost, warm the hearts of travelers far from home. The tea is rich and warming, with a taste that speaks of high pastures and patient yaks. Marcus sips slowly, feeling the warmth spread through his chest as he gazes upward. A shooting star traces its brief path across the darkness, and he finds himself making a wish, not for riches or safe passage, though both would be welcome, but for this moment to last, for this perfect stillness to settle into his bones and stay with him through whatever journeys lie ahead. The fire crackles softly, sending up sparks that seem to join their celestial cousins above. Somewhere in the darkness, one of the yaks shifts and sighs contentedly. The wind whispers its ancient songs through the stones, carrying messages between the peaks, and Marcus feels himself becoming part of something vast and eternal. This endless dance of merchants and mountains, of journeys begun and destinations reached, of stories passed from voice to voice across the starlit passes of the world. The morning mist clings to the mountainside like silk scarves as Marcus guides his weary horse down the winding path into the heart of China. Behind him, the treacherous passes of the western mountains fade into memory, replaced now by rolling hills covered in emerald bamboo that sways with each gentle breath of wind. The sound is like whispered secrets, a soft rustling that seems to welcome him into this new land. A river appears below, its waters so clear that Marcus can see smooth stones scattered across the bottom like scattered coins. The locals call it the Jade River, and as he draws closer, he understands why. Along the banks, families work in patient silence, their hands moving through the cool water with practiced grace. They pan for jade, these river people, searching for the precious green stones that hide among ordinary pebbles. Marcus dismounts and leads his horse to drink. An elderly man looks up from his work, his weathered hands cupping water that sparkles in the filtered sunlight. The man smiles and nods, then returns to his gentle searching, his movements as rhythmic as prayer. Children splash nearby, their laughter mixing with the soft murmur of flowing water, their small fingers learning the ancient art from their elders. The merchant watches, mesmerized by the peaceful scene. Time seems to move differently here, measured not in the urgent pace of commerce, but in the patient turning of stones, the careful examination of each glinting fragment. A young woman holds up a piece of pale green jade to the light, and for a moment it glows like captured moonlight. She places it carefully in a bamboo basket, one treasure among many. Following the river's gentle curve, Marcus passes through groves of towering bamboo that create natural cathedrals of green light. The stalks rise impossibly high, their tops lost in the canopy above, while filtered sunbeams dance through the leaves like golden dust. His horse's hooves make soft sounds on the earth, muffled by years of fallen bamboo leaves that have created a carpet of brown and gold. The path leads him past terraced rice fields that climb the hillsides like giant steps. Each terrace is a perfect mirror, reflecting the pale blue sky and white clouds that drift lazily overhead. Farmers wade through the shallow water, their movements slow and deliberate as they tend their crops. Their wide straw hats cast circular shadows on the water's surface, and their quiet humming drifts across the fields like a lullaby. An old water buffalo stands knee-deep in one of the flooded terraces, its massive head lowered to drink. The animal's presence seems to embody the peaceful rhythm of this land, where haste is unknown and every task is performed with mindful care. A small boy sits on the buffalo's back, his legs dangling in the warm water, watching the sky's reflection ripple with each gentle movement. As evening approaches, Marcus spots a tea house nestled among flowering trees beside the river. Paper lanterns hang from the eaves, swaying gently in the evening breeze, their soft light beginning to glow as darkness settles over the valley. The building itself seems to grow from the landscape, its curved roof tiles weathered to the color of autumn leaves, its wooden walls polished smooth by countless hands and years of mountain air. The proprietor emerges, a woman with silver-streaked hair pulled back in an elegant knot. Without words, she gestures for Marcus to enter, leading his horse to a small stable where fresh hay and clear water await. Inside the tea house, the air is fragrant with jasmine and wood smoke. Low tables of dark wood are surrounded by silk cushions, and scrolls of delicate calligraphy hang on the walls like frozen poetry. She brings him tea in a cup so thin it seems made of captured light. The porcelain is white as fresh snow, decorated with blue dragons that seem to swim through painted clouds. The tea itself is pale green, its surface reflecting the gentle glow of oil lamps that flicker on each table. Marcus cups the warm vessel in his hands, feeling its delicate weight, breathing in the subtle fragrance that rises with the steam. Outside, the river continues its ancient song. Fireflies begin their nightly dance among the bamboo groves, tiny stars blinking in the growing darkness. The sound of evening insects mingles with the gentle splash of water over stones, creating a symphony of peace that seems to wash away all the dust and weariness of the long road. Marcus sips his tea slowly, savoring its delicate flavor and the profound quiet that surrounds him. Here, beside the Jade River, in this land where patience is a virtue and beauty is found in the smallest gestures, he feels his soul beginning to rest. Tomorrow the road will call again, but tonight belongs to stillness, to the whisper of bamboo in the evening breeze, and to the gentle wisdom of tea shared in grateful silence. The morning sun filters through the silk banners that hang like colorful clouds above Chang'an's Grand Bazaar, casting shifting patterns of light across the cobblestone pathways below. Marcus adjusts his travel-worn cloak and steps deeper into what traders call the heart of the world, where the greatest marketplace ever conceived spreads before him like a living tapestry. The air carries a symphony of scents: cinnamon bark from distant islands, jasmine tea cooling in ceramic cups, and the sweet perfume of sandalwood incense drifting from temple stalls. His sandaled feet find their rhythm on stones worn smooth by countless merchants who have walked this same path, each carrying dreams of fortune from lands whose names sound like poetry. To his left, a silk weaver sits cross-legged before her loom, her fingers dancing across threads that shimmer like captured sunlight. The fabric emerges slowly, patiently, each strand placed with the precision of a master artist. Marcus watches, mesmerized by the gentle rhythm of her work, the way her hands move as if conducting a silent orchestra of color and texture. From the mulberry groves beyond the western mountains, she explains in accented Greek, noticing his fascination. Her voice carries the musical cadence of her homeland. The silkworms sleep through winter, then wake to spin their dreams into thread. The merchant nods, understanding that here in Chang'an, even the simplest transactions become stories shared between strangers who may never meet again. He moves on, his steps unhurried, allowing the marketplace to reveal its secrets at its own gentle pace. A spice merchant arranges his wares in perfect pyramids: golden turmeric, deep red paprika, and black peppercorns that gleam like tiny jewels. The man offers Marcus a small wooden spoon laden with an unfamiliar orange powder. The taste blooms across his palate, warm and complex, carrying hints of flowers and distant rain. Saffron, the merchant says, his weathered hands gesturing toward the horizon, from the purple crocus fields where the morning mist meets the sky. Marcus savors the flavor, closing his eyes briefly to let the sensation settle. When he opens them, a fruit seller is beckoning from across the narrow lane, her basket overflowing with treasures he has never seen. Round fruits with rough, brown skin and smooth ones that glow like amber in the dappled sunlight. Dragon's eggs, she laughs, cracking open one of the rough-skinned fruits to reveal sweet white flesh inside. And these, she holds up the amber fruit. We call them persimmons. They taste like honey kissed by autumn. He accepts her offerings, the persimmon's flesh soft and impossibly sweet, the dragon egg refreshing and delicate on his tongue. Each bite tells the story of soil and seasons, of patient cultivation and the art of coaxing sweetness from the earth. The great bell tower at the marketplace's center chimes the third hour after sunrise, its bronze voice rolling across the bustling square like distant thunder. The sound seems to pause all activity for just a moment, as if the entire city takes a collective breath before resuming its eternal dance of commerce and conversation. Near a fountain carved with dragons whose stone eyes seem to follow the passing crowds, An elderly man sits with brushes and ink, creating calligraphy on rice paper that catches the breeze like white butterflies. His movements are meditation in motion, each stroke deliberate and graceful. Marcus watches the characters emerge, symbols that carry meaning beyond his understanding but speak to something deeper than language. Peace, the calligrapher says simply, showing Marcus the completed work. Harmony between earth and sky. The words seem to settle over the marketplace like a gentle blessing. Children run between the stalls, their laughter mixing with the calls of vendors and the soft tinkling of wind chimes hanging from awning posts. An old woman sells paper lanterns painted with scenes of mountains and rivers, while nearby, a young man demonstrates the art of paper folding, creating flowers and birds from simple squares of colored paper. As the morning deepens, Marcus finds himself at a tea stall where an old merchant brews leaves in a clay pot worn smooth by countless servings. The tea arrives in a cup so thin it seems made of captured moonlight, the liquid inside pale gold and fragrant with jasmine blossoms. First tea of the season, the merchant explains, settling beside Marcus on a wooden bench. The leaves are picked before dawn when the dew still holds the night's dreams. Marcus sips slowly, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. Around them, the marketplace continues its ancient rhythm, timeless and patient, as if Chang'an itself were a living thing that breathes with the tide of merchants and goods flowing through its heart. The silk banners overhead flutter gently in the morning breeze, their colors shifting and dancing like flags of every nation united under one vast, peaceful sky. The morning mist clings to the marble steps of the imperial palace as Marcus adjusts the silk-wrapped bundle in his arms. Inside the carved wooden box, his finest salt crystals catch the filtered sunlight streaming through the ornate windows, each grain like a tiny diamond, harvested from the sacred pools where ancient rivers once flowed to the sea. The wood itself tells a story, carved by master craftsmen whose fathers learned their trade in distant workshops, the grain following patterns that speak of patient hands and careful tools. Palace corridors stretch before him like rivers of polished stone, their surfaces reflecting the gentle flutter of silk banners that hang motionless in the still air. Courtiers move through these spaces like graceful shadows, their embroidered robes whispering secrets as they pass, golden threads depicting dragons that seem to breathe in the shifting light, silver cranes that appear to take flight with each gentle movement of the fabric. Their voices carry in hushed tones, negotiations and discussions flowing like water over smooth stones, never rising above the reverent murmur that palace walls seem to demand. Through tall windows, the imperial gardens reveal themselves in layers of calculated beauty. Peonies bloom in careful abundance, their heavy heads nodding in the morning breeze, petals soft as the finest silk Marcus has ever touched. The flowers seem almost too perfect, too precisely arranged, as if nature itself has been taught to follow the emperor's aesthetic vision. Chrysanthemums create borders of gold and white, their intricate petals forming mandalas that would challenge the most skilled artisan, while somewhere in the distance, the gentle sound of water flowing over stone creates a constant, soothing melody. Marcus pauses beside one of the marble pools that dot the garden pathways, watching goldfish move through the clear water with the unhurried grace of living art. Their scales catch fragments of sunlight that filter through the painted pavilion above, creating tiny flashes of copper and gold that dance across the pool's surface like scattered coins. The fish seem oblivious to the grandeur surrounding them, focused only on their slow, meditative journey through their liquid world, occasionally rising to investigate a fallen petal or to catch a mote of light that has drifted down from the ornate ceiling above. The pavilion itself stands as a testament to imperial craftsmanship, painted beams depicting scenes of peaceful landscapes where mountains meet clouds in eternal harmony, where birds rest on branches that bend gently toward tranquil streams. Each brushstroke seems deliberate, placed with the patience of an artist who understood that true beauty cannot be rushed, that the most lasting art emerges from quiet contemplation rather than urgent inspiration. As Marcus approaches the receiving hall, he can hear the soft shuffle of silk slippers on stone, the gentle rustle of robes, the whispered consultations that precede imperial audiences. The salt in his arms seems to grow heavier with each step, not from its physical weight, but from the significance of this moment. These crystals that have traveled so far, through so many hands, across so many landscapes, now approaching their ultimate destination. The receiving hall opens before him like a flowering lotus, its ceiling painted with clouds that seem to drift even in stillness, its walls adorned with tapestries that tell stories of seasons changing, of rivers flowing toward distant seas, of travelers finding rest in peaceful villages. Courtiers arrange themselves in careful formations, their movements choreographed by centuries of tradition, each gesture carrying meaning, each pause weighted with respect. Marcus feels the smoothness of the wooden box against his palms, the slight give of the silk lining visible through the careful joints in the craftsman's work. Inside, his salt waits, crystals formed over countless seasons in pools blessed by sun and wind, shaped by time and patience into something approaching perfection. Each grain represents days of careful tending, nights spent watching over the evaporation ponds, mornings spent raking the forming crystals with tools worn smooth by generations of salt farmers. The Emperor's presence fills the space even before he appears, a weight in the air that makes courtiers bow their heads and causes conversation to fade to the softest whisper. Marcus understands that he is about to witness the culmination of a journey that began in salt fields beside distant seas, that has wound through desert trading posts and mountain passes, through bustling marketplaces and quiet caravanseries, to arrive finally at this moment of perfect stillness, where the value of simple salt transforms into something approaching the sacred, where commerce becomes ceremony, where the patient work of countless hands finds its ultimate appreciation in the measured consideration of an emperor who understands that true luxury lies not in excess, but in perfection achieved through time, care, and unwavering attention to the beauty that exists in even the simplest things. The morning mist clings to the cobblestones as Marcus follows the winding path toward the porcelain workshop, his footsteps soft against the worn stones. The air carries the faint scent of wood smoke and damp earth, mingling with something more subtle, the clean, mineral smell of clay waiting to be transformed. As he rounds the corner, the workshop emerges from the fog like a dream taking shape. Low wooden buildings with gracefully curved roofs stretch along a peaceful courtyard, their windows glowing with warm, golden light. Steam rises gently from vents in the roofs, creating delicate wisps that dance upward into the gray morning sky. The master craftsman greets Marcus with a serene bow, his hands already stained with the fine white clay that will soon become treasures. His movements are unhurried, deliberate, each gesture born of decades spent in communion with earth and fire. "Come," he says softly, "witness the dance of creation." Inside the main workshop, the world transforms into something magical. Dozens of pottery wheels turn in slow, hypnotic circles, their surfaces gleaming with moisture. The craftsmen sit cross-legged before their wheels, their bodies swaying gently with an ancient rhythm that seems to echo the very pulse of the earth itself. Marcus watches, transfixed, as nimble fingers coax clay from shapeless lumps into vessels of impossible delicacy. The wet clay responds like a living thing, rising and falling, expanding and contracting, as if breathing under the potter's touch. Water trickles down the sides of emerging bowls, creating tiny streams that catch the lamplight and scatter it in silver drops. The sound is deeply soothing, the gentle whir of spinning wheels, the soft splash of water, the quiet murmur of craftsmen sharing whispered techniques passed down through generations. Occasionally, someone hums a wordless melody, the notes floating through the workshop like incense, adding to the atmosphere of profound concentration and peace. In one corner, a master works on a vase so thin that light passes through its walls, revealing the delicate shadows of his fingers as they guide the clay upward. His breathing is slow and measured, synchronized with the wheel's rotation, as if he and the clay and the spinning motion have become one flowing entity. Marcus moves deeper into the workshop, where hundreds of pieces wait in various stages of completion. Shelves stretch from floor to ceiling, laden with bowls and vases and delicate figurines, all resting in patient silence as they slowly release their moisture to the air. The pieces seem to glow with an inner light, their surfaces smooth as silk, some pure white as fresh snow, others bearing the faintest blush of color that hints at the fire to come. An elderly woman sits near the window, her silver hair pulled back simply, a brush so fine it seems made of moonbeams poised above a small bowl. With movements precise as a hummingbird's flight, she adds delicate patterns, cherry blossoms that seem to float on an invisible breeze, their petals so realistic Marcus half expects them to drift away on the workshop's gentle currents of air. Another artist paints dragons that spiral around vases in elegant coils, their eyes holding ancient wisdom, their scales catching imaginary light. Each brushstroke is meditation, each color applied with the reverence of prayer. The painters work in comfortable silence, occasionally sharing a knowing glance or the smallest smile of satisfaction when a particularly challenging detail emerges perfectly from their brush. The kiln master appears beside Marcus like a benevolent spirit, his presence calm and reassuring. His clothes bear the honest stains of his craft, ash and clay, and the faint residue of countless firings. Here, he says, gesturing toward the great kilns that dominate the workshop's heart, earth meets fire and becomes something eternal. The kilns themselves seem alive, breathing slowly with controlled flame, their interiors glowing like gentle suns. Through small viewing holes, Marcus glimpses the treasures within, transforming in the patient embrace of heat. The kiln master explains in a voice soft as falling leaves how temperature and timing dance together, how the fire must be coaxed and guided, never forced, how clay surrenders its earthiness only when treated with respect and understanding. Time moves differently here. The kiln master continues, stirring the coals with practiced ease. We measure not in minutes or hours, but in the rhythm of creation itself. Clay teaches patience, fire teaches humility. Together, they create beauty that outlasts kingdoms. As the afternoon light slants through the workshop windows, casting everything in golden honey tones, Marcus understands he has witnessed something sacred. In this peaceful place, where skilled hands shape earth into art, where fire transforms the humble into the precious, where patience and mastery converge in quiet harmony, the very act of creation becomes a form of gentle prayer, rising like incense into the tranquil air. The workshop settles into evening's embrace, wheels still turning, flames still dancing, artists still painting with brushes fine as dreams. The morning light filters through the delicate leaves of the scholar's garden, casting dappled shadows across smooth stone paths that wind between carefully arranged miniature landscapes. Marcus finds himself drawn deeper into this sanctuary of contemplation, where every element has been placed with the same precision that a poet chooses words. A gentle stream murmurs its way through the garden, no wider than his outstretched arms, yet it carries the sound of distant mountains. The water flows over smooth pebbles worn to perfection by countless seasons, creating a melody that speaks of patience and persistence. Along its banks, moss grows in velvet cushions, soft to the touch and emerald green in the filtered sunlight. The garden's creator, Master Chen, walks beside Marcus with measured steps, his worn sandals making barely a whisper against the stone. His hands are clasped behind his back, weathered fingers intertwined like ancient branches. When he speaks, his voice carries the same gentle rhythm as the flowing water. Each stone you see has been chosen for its character, Master Chen explains, gesturing toward a cluster of rocks that rise like miniature peaks beside the stream. This one resembles the mountain where I was born. That smaller one holds the memory of storms. Together, they create balance between strength and humility, Marcus nods, feeling the truth of these words settle into his chest like warm honey. He understands now why merchant caravans sometimes pause for days in this city, why travelers speak of this garden in hushed, reverent tones around evening fires. They pause beside a circular pond where lotus flowers float like sleeping thoughts upon the dark water. Beneath the broad leaves, golden carp move with liquid grace, their movements unhurried and purposeful. One fish surfaces near the pond's edge, creating ripples that spread outward in perfect concentric circles before disappearing against the moss-covered stones. The carp teach us about persistence, Master Chen observes, settling onto a wooden bench worn smooth by countless visitors. They swim against currents, yet never struggle. They find nourishment in muddy waters, yet emerge clean. This is the wisdom of acceptance. Marcus sits beside the elderly scholar, feeling his travel-weary bones grateful for rest. Above them, an ancient pine tree spreads its branches in a canopy of deep green needles. The tree must be centuries old, its trunk thick and gnarled, its roots extending far beneath the garden's surface. Time seems different in its presence, stretched and softened like warm clay in gentle hands. A small pavilion stands across the pond, its curved roof tiles the color of autumn leaves. Inside, Marcus can see scrolls and books arranged on low tables, their pages filled with knowledge gathered from distant lands. The pavilion seems to float upon the water's reflection, creating a perfect mirror image that speaks of harmony between earth and heaven. In this garden, Master Chen continues, his voice barely above a whisper, we practice the art of seeing the large within the small. This stream represents all rivers. These stones embody all mountains. The sky reflected in our pond contains infinite heavens. A butterfly alights on a nearby flower, its wings painted in shades of copper and gold. It rests there for a long moment, as if understanding its role in this carefully crafted world. Even the insects here seem touched by the garden's peaceful spirit, moving without haste or aggression. The air carries the subtle fragrance of jasmine blooming somewhere deeper in the garden, mingled with the earthy scent of wet stones and the green smell of growing things. Marcus breathes deeply, feeling his lungs fill not just with air but with tranquility itself. As the sun climbs higher, its rays slant through the pine's ancient branches, creating patterns of light and shadow that dance across the ground like living calligraphy. The garden reveals new secrets with each shift of illumination, a hidden alcove here, a carefully placed stone there, all designed to reward patient observation. Time moves differently here, Marcus murmurs, surprised by the thought. Master Chen smiles, the expression creasing his weathered face into a map of gentle wisdom. Time is always moving at the same pace, he replies. It is we who learn to move with it rather than against it. In this garden, we practice the ancient art of being present. The morning stretches ahead of them like an unwritten scroll, filled with possibilities for quiet discovery. In this miniature world where mountains rise no higher than a man's waist and oceans rest in the palm of a stone basin, Marcus begins to understand that sometimes the greatest journeys happen while sitting perfectly still. The garden holds them in its peaceful embrace, teaching lessons that cannot be found in any merchant's ledger or trader's map, lessons written in flowing water, growing things, and the patient wisdom of stones. The wagon wheels creak softly against the ancient stones as Marcus guides his mule train northward, following a path worn smooth by countless merchants before him. The morning air carries a crisp edge, touched with the scent of pine and distant snow. Behind him, the familiar warmth of the southern provinces fades like a half-remembered dream, while ahead, something magnificent begins to emerge from the rolling hills. At first, it appears as merely a shadow, a dark line threading across the distant ridges like calligraphy written against the pale sky. But as the hours pass and the sun climbs higher, that shadow reveals itself to be something far more extraordinary. The Great Wall unfolds before Marcus's wondering eyes, a stone serpent stretching endlessly across the horizon, following every curve and summit of the rugged terrain. The wall seems to breathe with the landscape, rising and falling with the natural rhythm of the earth itself. In the soft morning light, its weathered stones appear almost alive, shifting from gray to gold as clouds drift overhead. Marcus pulls gently on his lead mule's reins, bringing the caravan to a peaceful halt beside a grove of ancient pines. He needs a moment simply to absorb what lies before him. From this vantage point, the wall appears to snake onward forever, disappearing into the blue-hazed distance where mountains meet sky. Watchtowers dot its length like beads on an enormous necklace, each one positioned with careful precision to observe the valleys below. Thin wisps of smoke rise from several towers, carrying the comforting scent of wood fire and cooking rice. A gentle voice calls out from above, and Marcus looks up to see a soldier waving from the nearest watchtower. The man's weathered face breaks into a welcoming smile as he gestures for the merchant to join him. Marcus secures his animals in the shade and climbs the worn stone steps, each footfall echoing softly against the ancient masonry. The watchtower's interior is simple but welcoming, with thick walls that keep the mountain chill at bay. Sunlight streams through narrow windows, illuminating shelves lined with clay bowls and copper pots. Three soldiers sit around a low wooden table, sharing their midday meal with the quiet contentment of men who have found peace in routine. "Welcome, traveler," says the eldest, his voice warm with genuine hospitality. "Share our meal, the road is long, and company is always precious here." Marcus settles cross-legged on a woven mat, accepting a bowl of steaming millet porridge dotted with dried vegetables and herbs. The food is simple but nourishing, seasoned with the wild onions that grow in mountain crevices and preserved mushrooms gathered in autumn months. As he eats, the soldiers speak of their daily rituals with quiet pride. They tell him how messages travel the length of the wall through beacon fires, great pyres of dried wood and special powders that create smoke visible for miles. During the day, white smoke signals all is well, while at night, flames dance against the darkness like earthbound stars. Each tower watches for its neighbor's signal, creating an unbroken chain of communication that spans hundreds of miles. "In spring," explains the youngest soldier, his eyes distant with memory, "we gather the wood and stack it carefully, preparing for whatever messages the seasons might bring. The smoke carries news of harvests and celebrations, of merchants passing safely, of weddings in distant villages." Through the tower's eastern window, Marcus watches morning mist begin to rise from the valleys below. It drifts upward like gentle spirits, wrapping itself around the wall's ancient stones and softening the harsh lines of battlements. The mist moves with its own mysterious purpose, following invisible currents of air that have blown across these mountains for countless centuries. The wall seems to float now, partially hidden by the ethereal white veils that cling to its base. Watchtowers emerge and disappear like islands in a sea of cloud, their solid stone foundations invisible beneath the soft, shifting moisture. The sight is dreamlike, as if the great construction exists in some realm between earth and sky. As the morning advances, the mist grows thicker, transforming the landscape into something from ancient legend. The wall becomes a creature of myth, a stone dragon sleeping among the clouds, its massive form stretching endlessly through realms unseen. Even the sounds of the valley below are muffled now, creating a profound silence broken only by the gentle whisper of mist moving through pine branches. Marcus thanks his hosts and descends the tower steps, each footfall softer than the last in the deepening quiet. His mules wait patiently, their warm breath adding to the gathering moisture in the cooling air. As he guides his caravan back onto the northern road, the Great Wall begins to fade behind veils of ancient mist, becoming once again a shadow, a memory, a dream written in stone across the sleeping mountains. The path ahead winds gently downward, leading toward distant valleys where new adventures wait beneath the endless sky. The first drops arrive like whispered promises against the dusty earth. Marcus feels them on his weathered hands as he secures the final rope around a bundle of silk, each thread worth its weight in copper coins back in Rome. The monsoon season has begun, and with it, the ancient rhythm that has called merchants homeward for 1,000 years. The caravan stretches before him like a living river of commerce and dreams. 47 camels sway gently in their harnesses, their bells creating a soft symphony that mingles with the growing patter of rain on leather and wood. The animals seem to sense the changing season, their dark eyes bright with anticipation as cool moisture settles the ever-present dust that has coated everything in this trading post at the edge of the known world. Behind him, the warehouses of Kashgar empty slowly as merchants load their precious cargo. Bolts of silk in colors that have no names in Latin, deep blues like midnight oceans, greens that capture the essence of spring leaves, purples that rival the robes of emperors. Each piece is wrapped carefully in oiled leather, protected from the moisture that will be their companion for weeks to come. The porcelain travels in specially woven baskets, each piece nestled in soft cotton like sleeping birds. Marcus runs his fingers along the edge of one bowl, marveling at its translucent beauty. The craftsmen who shaped this clay into art are half a world away, yet their skill travels with him, carrying whispers of distant kilns and patient hands that know secrets passed down through generations. Tea leaves rest in sealed containers, their earthy fragrance escaping in small puffs when the lids shift slightly. Green teas that taste of mountain mist, black teas dark as rich soil, and delicate white teas that dissolve on the tongue like snowflakes. Each variety tells the story of hillsides where workers move like dancers among endless rows of emerald bushes, their movements choreographed by centuries of tradition. The rain begins in earnest now, transforming from scattered drops into a gentle, steady rhythm. The caravan master, a weathered man whose beard holds streaks of silver like mountain streams, nods approvingly at the darkening sky. This is the sign they have waited for, nature's own calendar marking the time when the western routes become passable again, when the crushing heat gives way to cool, life-giving moisture. Around them, the landscape begins its magical transformation. The parched earth drinks deeply, releasing the sweet scent of petrichor, that ancient perfume that speaks of renewal and hope. Dry creek beds that have lain empty for months begin to sing with the sound of returning water, clear mountain runoff cascading over stones worn smooth by countless seasons of this same eternal dance. Marcus adjusts his woolen cloak, feeling the familiar weight of the road settling into his bones. His horse, a sturdy mare with intelligent eyes, tosses her head and steps sideways in anticipation. She knows this rhythm too, the preparation, the loading, the first tentative steps that will carry them across deserts and mountains, through valleys where wildflowers bloom after the rain, past oases where date palms whisper secrets to the wind. The other merchants move with practiced efficiency around their own portions of the caravan. There is Ahmed, whose family has traded spices for 7 generations, his camels heavy with cardamom and cinnamon, star anise, and precious saffron. Near the front, Alina supervises the loading of amber and furs from the northern routes, her keen eyes missing nothing as workers secure each bundle against the journey ahead. The mountain streams Marcus can hear in the distance grow louder as the rain strengthens, their voices joining in a chorus of liquid music. Water tumbles over granite ledges polished by millennia, creating pools so clear they seem like windows into another world. Fish flash silver in the depths, and birds call from branches heavy with new leaves. As afternoon melts into evening, the caravan master signals the final preparations. The rain has settled into a gentle, steady pattern, neither too light to provide relief from dust, nor heavy enough to turn the paths to dangerous mud. It is perfect traveling weather, the kind that old merchants pray for as they plan their journeys between worlds. Marcus climbs onto his horse and looks back one final time at the trading post that has been home for these past months. Smoke rises from 100 hearths, and lanterns begin to glow in windows as families gather for evening meals. Soon these sights will be memories, stories to share in Roman taverns during the cold months ahead. The first steps westward feel like a prayer answered. The monsoon rains continue their gentle blessing, washing the world clean and filling the air with the promise of home. The morning sun casts long shadows across the ancient stones of Jiayuguan as Marcus approaches the legendary Jade Gate, the westernmost fortress of the Great Wall that has stood sentinel over this crossroads for centuries. The massive wooden doors, reinforced with iron bands worn smooth by countless desert winds, stand open to welcome the day's first travelers. Above them, carved jade dragons seem to shimmer in the golden light, their eyes watching over all who pass beneath. Marcus adjusts his travel cloak against the cool morning air, breathing in the distinctive scent of this frontier place. A mixture of sage from the distant mountains, leather from countless pack animals, and the metallic tang of desert sand that has traveled thousands of miles on the wind. His footsteps echo softly against the worn cobblestones as he leads his small caravan toward the customs pavilion, where red silk banners flutter lazily in the gentle breeze. The customs official, a middle-aged man with kind eyes and weathered hands, greets Marcus with a respectful bow. His blue silk robes, embroidered with golden phoenixes, rustle softly as he moves. "Welcome, honored traveler," he says in accented but clear Latin, having learned the language from years of dealing with Western merchants. "Please show me your treasures that I may record them in our great ledger." Marcus carefully unpacks his precious cargo onto the smooth wooden table. First, he unveils bolts of Roman silk in deep purples and rich crimsons, the fabric catching the light like liquid gemstones. The official runs his fingers along the material with the practiced touch of someone who has handled fine goods for decades, nodding appreciatively at the quality. Next comes small amphorae of the finest olive oil, each one sealed with wax and marked with the symbols of their origin. The official lifts one carefully, testing its weight and examining the seal with scholarly attention. From a leather pouch, Marcus produces several small glass vials containing precious spices, saffron like captured sunlight, black pepper in tiny dark pearls, and cardamom pods that release their sweet fragrance into the morning air. The customs officer inhales deeply, closing his eyes for a moment to savor the complex aromas that speak of distant lands and exotic gardens. As the examination continues at its unhurried pace, Marcus finds himself relaxing into the rhythm of this ancient ritual. Other merchants wait patiently nearby, some dozing in the warming sun, others quietly tending to their camels and horses. The sound of animals breathing, leather creaking, and distant conversations in a dozen languages creates a peaceful symphony of human activity. An elderly Chinese merchant approaches, carrying a small ceramic teapot and several delicate cups. His beard is silver white, and his eyes crinkle with warmth as he offers Marcus tea. First time through the Jade Gate? He asks in Greek, another common trading language. Marcus nods gratefully, accepting the cup with both hands in the respectful manner he has learned during his travels. The tea is jasmine-scented and perfectly warm, its floral notes dancing on his tongue while steam rises gently from the pale green liquid. The merchant settles beside him on a worn wooden bench, and together they watch the slow, careful dance of commerce and diplomacy that has played out here for generations. The desert ahead is peaceful now, the old merchant says quietly, gazing westward through the gate toward the vast expanse of sand and sky that stretches to the horizon. The winds are favorable, and the oasis wells are full from the spring rains. A good time for crossing. His voice carries the wisdom of countless journeys, and Marcus feels a deep sense of gratitude for this shared knowledge. As the customs inspection nears completion, Marcus notices how the official takes time to properly wrap and secure each item, treating even the merchant's humble belongings with respect and care. This is more than mere bureaucracy. It is a recognition of the courage it takes to travel these vast distances, carrying pieces of one world to share with another. The official completes his records with careful brush strokes, the ink flowing across rice paper in elegant characters that will preserve this moment for future generations. He stamps the document with his official seal, the red ink still glistening as he hands it to Marcus with a bow. "Safe travels, honored friend," he says warmly. "May the desert winds carry you swiftly to your destination, and may you find fair prices and faithful customers in whatever lands await you." Marcus bows in return, tucking the precious document into his traveling pouch. As he leads his small caravan through the massive gates and onto the road that stretches endlessly westward, he carries with him not just goods and gold, but the quiet blessing of human kindness offered at the edge of the world. The jade gate closes softly behind him, and the great journey continues. The desert breathes differently at night. As the last traces of sunset fade from amber to deep indigo, Marcus pulls his woolen cloak closer and listens to the ancient rhythm of the Taklamakan. The sand whispers secrets in a language older than empires, older than the silk roads that have carved their way across these endless dunes. His lead camel, Aziza, steps forward with the practiced grace of countless desert crossings. Her broad hooves sink slightly into the cooling sand with each deliberate step, creating a soft shuffling that mingles with the distant tinkling of brass bells. The caravan moves like a gentle river across the undulating landscape, 23 camels carrying precious cargo from the markets of Kashgar toward the distant oasis of Hotan. Marcus has learned to read this desert the way sailors read the sea. The sand tells stories to those who know how to listen. Here, where the dune slopes gently toward the east, the grains are loose and unstable, a trap for unwary travelers who might find their animals struggling against collapsing walls of sand. But there, where the moonlight catches the ridge in silver relief, the wind has packed the surface firm and true. The old Iker guide, Yusuf, had taught him these lessons during the scorching daylight hours. The desert shows two faces, the weathered man had said, his eyes crinkling with decades of accumulated wisdom. By day she burns with anger. By night she becomes grandmother, gentle and full of stories. Tonight, Grandmother Desert is indeed telling her stories. A cool breeze carries the faint scent of distant tamarisk trees, invisible markers that speak of underground water flowing far beneath the surface. Marcus breathes deeply, tasting the mineral tang of ancient salt deposits and the clean emptiness of spaces untouched by human ambition. Above them, the Milky Way spills across the heavens like scattered flour on a baker's dark cloth. Marcus tilts his head back, following the constellation patterns that Yusuf had traced with patient fingers during their first night's camp. The Great Bear points toward the North Star, that faithful companion that has guided merchants and nomads across these wastes for countless generations. The camel bells create their own music in the stillness, not the sharp clatter of bronze against bronze, but something softer, muffled by the vast silence that surrounds them. Each animal wears bells of different tones, a gentle symphony that helps keep the caravan together when visibility fails and ensures that no soul becomes lost in the overwhelming emptiness. Aziza's ears flick forward suddenly, and Marcus feels her pace change subtly. She has sensed something, perhaps the shift in air currents that speaks of a dune's hidden contours, or the barely perceptible vibration that indicates firmer ground ahead. These desert-born animals possess instincts honed by millennia of survival in this harsh paradise. Marcus has learned to trust Aziza's judgment more than his own eyes. A mirage shimmers in the distance, its silver surface reflecting stars that seem to dance on phantom water. Marcus no longer feels the sharp disappointment that once accompanied these illusions. Instead, he has come to appreciate them as part of the desert's magic, reminders that reality here is layered, complex, requiring a different kind of seeing. The sand beneath them has grown firmer now, packed by the relentless pressure of wind and time into ridges that provide stable footing. The caravan moves with increased confidence, the soft percussion of hoofbeats creating a steady rhythm that seems to merge with Marcus's own heartbeat. In the distance, a nighthawk calls, its cry piercing yet somehow comforting in the vast silence. The sound reminds Marcus that even in this seemingly lifeless expanse, creatures make their homes, following their own ancient routes across the dunes, guided by instincts and knowledge passed down through countless generations. As they crest a particularly high ridge, the landscape opens before them. An ocean of sand dunes rolling endlessly toward the horizon, their surfaces painted silver and deep blue by the moonlight. Somewhere beyond that horizon lies Hotten, with its bustling bazaars and jade-green gardens fed by mountain streams. But for now, there is only this moment, this peaceful progression through the night desert, this gentle communion with the vast silence of the Taklamakan. The bells continue their soft song, the camels maintain their steady pace, and Marcus settles deeper into the rhythm of desert travel, letting the ancient peace of the star-filled night wash over him like a blessing. In this timeless place where sand meets sky, where the boundaries between earth and heaven blur in the moonlight, the caravan moves forward through dreams made manifest, carrying its precious cargo toward the promise of distant dawn. The camel's bells grow softer as Marcus approaches the oasis of stories, their gentle chiming blending with the whisper of date palms swaying in the evening breeze. The air here carries something different, not just the sweet scent of water and growing things, but the warmth of human voices, the soft murmur of many languages weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Lanterns hang from the branches of ancient palms, casting pools of golden light across the sand. The oasis spreads before him like a jewel, its waters reflecting the first stars of twilight. Around the water's edge, travelers have gathered in loose circles, their faces lit by flickering campfires that dance and sway with hypnotic rhythm. Marcus guides his caravan to a quiet spot near the outer ring of palms, where the sand is soft and cool beneath his feet. The camels settle with contented sighs, their day's journey complete. He can hear them drinking deeply from the clear pools, the sound of lapping water mixing with the distant notes of music unlike any he has known. A lute player sits cross-legged beside the largest fire, his fingers moving across strings that gleam like silver in the firelight. The melody rises and falls like wind across dunes, sometimes joined by the hollow voice of a wooden flute. Near the water's edge, a woman draws haunting notes from an instrument shaped like a large bowl, her hands moving in graceful circles around its rim. As Marcus walks toward the fires, drawn by the music and the soft cadence of storytelling voices, the night air fills his lungs with the perfume of date blossoms. The white flowers glow like small moons among the dark fronds above, their sweetness mixing with the aromatic smoke of sandalwood and cedar burning in the peaceful fires. A storyteller's voice rises above the music, deep, melodious, speaking in the common tongue that traders use throughout these lands. He tells of a hero who crossed 7 deserts to return a stolen star to the sky, his words painting pictures so vivid that Marcus can almost see the celestial light glinting in the man's weathered hands. Children and adults alike sit transfixed, their eyes reflecting the firelight as they listen. A young girl leans against her grandmother's shoulder, her eyelids growing heavy as the tale unfolds. An old merchant nods along, perhaps remembering his own distant journeys, his own encounters with wonder on the trading roads. Near another fire, dancers move with fluid grace, their silken robes flowing like water in moonlight. They step and turn in patterns that seem to follow the rhythm of the desert itself, now slow and contemplative, now quick and joyful like wind-scattered sand. Their movements are flames made human, flickering and swaying, casting long shadows that dance with them on the pale ground. Marcus finds a comfortable spot on a woven carpet, accepting a cup of mint tea from a kind-faced woman who speaks no words but smiles with the universal language of hospitality. The tea is warm and soothing, its gentle steam carrying hints of honey and desert herbs. Around him, the storytellers continue their ancient craft. A woman with silver-streaked hair tells of a princess who befriended the moon, her voice so soft it seems to float on the night air. Another speaks of a wise merchant who traded his gold for wisdom and became the richest man in the world, though his purse remained empty. The music shifts and changes like the patterns in a kaleidoscope. Sometimes it's the percussive rhythm of small drums, played with fingertips light as rain. Sometimes it's the breathy whisper of a shepherd's pipe, calling to mind vast grasslands under endless sky. Each instrument adds its voice to the gentle symphony of the oasis night. As the hours pass, Marcus feels the weariness of the road begin to lift from his shoulders. The stories wash over him like cool water, each one a small gift from distant lands and different peoples. He learns of heroes and tricksters, of wise animals and foolish kings, of love that conquers mountains and kindness that transforms enemies into friends. The date palms rustle softly overhead, their sound like whispered secrets passed from leaf to leaf. The fires burn lower now, glowing like amber jewels scattered across the oasis, their smoke rising straight up into the star-filled sky. The music grows softer, more contemplative, as if the night itself were settling into peaceful dreams. Marcus closes his eyes and lets the stories flow around him, each word a stepping stone across the rivers of sleep. The oasis of stories has given him something precious, not just rest for his body, but nourishment for his spirit. Tomorrow he will continue his journey along the salt road, but tonight, he drifts on the gentle current of human voices sharing the timeless magic of tales well told. The morning sun climbs slowly over the horizon as Marcus guides his camel along the final stretch of dusty road leading to Samarkand. After weeks of traveling through endless desert landscapes, the sight before him seems almost impossible. A city that appears to have been crafted from pure light itself. Rising from the golden plains like a mirage made real, Samarkand's magnificent domes catch the early sunlight and throw it back in brilliant flashes of azure blue and burnished gold. The tiles that cover each dome have been placed with such precision that they create intricate patterns visible even from this distance. Geometric flowers bloom across the curved surfaces, while delicate vines of gold thread their way between bands of the deepest blue Marcus has ever seen. As his small caravan draws closer to the city gates, the merchant feels his breath catch in his throat. The walls themselves tell stories, covered in mosaics that depict scenes of abundance and peace. Pomegranates and grapevines spiral upward in eternal harvest, while peacocks spread their jeweled tails beneath flowering trees. The very stones seem to pulse with warm, welcoming light. The guards at the gate smile and nod as Marcus presents his trading documents. Their voices are gentle as they direct him toward the merchant's quarter, their words flowing like music in languages he doesn't understand but somehow finds comforting. The massive wooden doors, studded with brass stars, swing open with surprising quietness, revealing the wonders that lie within. The first thing that strikes Marcus as he enters Samarkand is not the sight, but the sound. From every corner of the city comes the rhythmic song of metal on metal, the patient hammering of countless craftsmen shaping copper and silver into objects of incredible beauty. The sound creates a gentle percussion that seems to pulse with the heartbeat of the city itself, never harsh or jarring, but steady and reassuring as rainfall on a roof. Leading his tired camel through the wide, paved streets, Marcus marvels at how clean everything appears. Water runs in narrow channels along the edges of the roads, kept flowing by an ingenious system that brings fresh mountain water down from the distant peaks. Children splash their hands in these little streams as they run past, their laughter mixing with the workshop sounds to create Samarkand's unique symphony. The bazaar opens before him like a treasure chest. Beneath soaring arches supported by columns of polished marble, merchants from across the known world display their finest goods. Carpets from Persia hang like tapestries, their colors so rich and deep they seem to glow with inner fire. Ruby reds blend into sapphire blues, while golden threads catch the light filtering down through the translucent roof panels above. Marcus walks slowly between the stalls, his eyes struggling to take in so much beauty at once. Here, a silversmith carefully etches delicate patterns into a gleaming bowl, his tools moving with the precision of someone who has spent decades perfecting his craft. There, a woman sits cross-legged before a loom, her fingers dancing across colorful threads as she weaves what will surely become another masterpiece. The air itself seems perfumed with wonder. Sandalwood incense drifts from tiny brass burners, mixing with the scent of cardamom and cinnamon from the spice merchant stalls. Rose petals are scattered along the pathways, releasing their sweet fragrance with each footstep. Even the leather goods and metalwork seem to carry pleasant scents, as if the very process of creation in this city somehow purifies everything it touches. Beyond the bustling marketplace, Marcus catches glimpses of the gardens that surround Samarkand's inner districts. Through ornate iron gates, he sees fruit trees heavy with peaches and apricots, their branches drooping under the weight of their bounty. Rose bushes climb the walls in cascades of pink and white, while fountains send gentle sprays of water into the warm air, creating tiny rainbows that dance and disappear. As afternoon settles over the city, the golden domes seem to gather all the sunlight and hold it, glowing like enormous lanterns against the deepening blue sky. The hammering in the workshops takes on an even gentler rhythm, and the voices of the merchants calling their wares become softer, more musical. Marcus finds a quiet courtyard where he can rest his camel and himself. Sitting on a bench carved from pale stone, he closes his eyes and listens to the peaceful sounds of this remarkable city. Somewhere in the distance, someone is playing a flute, its melody floating over the rooftops like a blessing. Water trickles steadily in the fountain beside him, while evening birds begin their gentle songs from the flowering trees overhead. Here in Samarkand, surrounded by such beauty and craftsmanship, Marcus feels a deep sense of gratitude for the long journey that brought him to this place. Tomorrow, he will conduct his business and perhaps discover new treasures to carry to distant lands. But tonight, he simply rests in the golden glow of the city's eternal light, letting the peaceful sounds wash over him like a lullaby made of brass and flowing water. The stone steps spiral upward into darkness, each footfall echoing softly against ancient walls worn smooth by countless scholars who have made this climb before you. Marcus follows the gentle curve of the stairwell, his hand trailing along the cool limestone, feeling the subtle grooves carved by generations of fingers seeking guidance in the dark. The air grows thinner as you ascend, carrying with it the faint scent of burning oil and something else, something that speaks of vast distances and endless nights. Above, a rectangle of starlight beckons through an open doorway, and as Marcus emerges onto the circular platform of the astronomer's tower, the world falls away beneath him. The city spreads in all directions like a carpet of sleeping shadows, punctuated by the warm glow of oil lamps flickering in distant windows. But it is not the earthly realm that draws the eye tonight. It is the magnificent tapestry overhead, where countless stars pierce the velvet darkness with their ancient light. The observatory is a marvel of precise construction. Bronze instruments gleam softly in the starlight, astrolabes with their intricate rotating discs, armillary spheres that map the celestial realm in perfect miniature, and long tubes mounted on swiveling stands that magnify the heavens. These tools rest on marble pedestals carved with symbols Marcus recognizes as numbers and calculations in the local script, their surfaces polished to perfection by years of careful use. An elderly scholar approaches, his white beard flowing like moonlight over dark robes embroidered with constellations. His eyes hold the deep wisdom of one who has spent decades in communion with the stars, and when he speaks, his voice carries the gentle authority of the night sky itself. "Welcome, traveler," he says, gesturing toward the heavens with a weathered hand. "Here we read the great book that never closes, whose pages turn with the seasons and whose words guide the caravans across deserts where no landmarks exist save those written in light." He leads Marcus to a great bronze astrolabe, its surface etched with precise markings that divide the sky into measurable portions. The instrument rotates smoothly in its mounting, and the scholar adjusts it with practiced movements, aligning its sights with a particularly bright star that hangs low on the horizon. That star, he explains, we call the merchant's friend. When it sits precisely 4 finger widths above the horizon at midnight, the caravan masters know they travel true toward the eastern ports. Too high, and they drift toward the mountains where winter winds can bury a caravan in snow. Too low, and they wander into the salt flats, where water becomes more precious than gold. Marcus gazes through the viewing piece, and the star seems close enough to touch, its light steady and reassuring. The scholar's voice continues, soft as desert wind, explaining how the celestial sphere turns with perfect precision, how the planets wander their predictable paths among the fixed stars, and how this grand cosmic dance has guided travelers since the first merchants dared to venture beyond the horizon. Other instruments capture Marcus's attention. A water clock that measures the hours by the slow drip of time itself, sundials that will track the sun's path when dawn returns, and charts made of the finest parchment, covered with dots and lines that map the sky as precisely as any earthly geography. The astronomer points toward a cluster of stars that form the shape of a great bird with outstretched wings. The desert swan, he murmurs. When she flies highest in the summer sky, the wise merchant knows the season of safe travel has arrived. Her wings point toward the lands where silk and spices grow, and her beak shows the direction of the morning star. As the night deepens, more scholars emerge from the shadows of the tower, each one drawn by their shared passion for understanding the heavens. They move with quiet reverence among their instruments, recording observations in leather-bound volumes, their reed pens scratching softly across papyrus as they note the positions of wandering stars and the phases of the moon. Marcus finds himself drawn into their patient work, learning to identify constellations he has seen countless times but never truly noticed. The hunter with his bright belt, the great bear that circles the northern star, and the river of light that flows across the entire sky from horizon to horizon. Each star pattern tells a story, holds a secret, offers guidance to those who know how to read the celestial script. The hours pass like minutes in this elevated sanctuary. The city sleeps far below while above, the infinite dome of night reveals its ancient wisdom to those patient enough to watch and learn. Here, surrounded by bronze and marble, beneath the eternal stars, Marcus understands that he is part of something vast and timeless, a great chain of travelers and seekers stretching back to the dawn of human curiosity, all united in wonder at the magnificent mystery that wheels overhead each night. The stars continue their stately dance, indifferent to the passage of earthly time, while the astronomer's tower stands sentinel between heaven and earth, a bridge built of knowledge and illuminated by starlight. The morning sun filters through the wooden lattice windows of the carpet workshop, casting geometric shadows across the smooth clay floor where Marcus sits cross-legged, watching in quiet fascination. The air is thick with the scent of lanolin and dyed wool, a rich earthiness that speaks of countless hours spent transforming raw materials into works of art. Before him, 3 generations work side by side at a massive vertical loom that stretches nearly to the ceiling. Grandmother Zara, her silver hair braided with colored ribbons, sits in the center position, her weathered hands moving with the fluid precision of 7 decades spent at the loom. Her fingers seem to dance across the warp threads, each movement deliberate yet effortless, as if she's conducting a silent orchestra of silk and wool. To her left sits her daughter, Mariam, whose own hands have known this craft for 30 years. Her movements mirror her mother's with subtle variations, small innovations that speak to her own artistic vision while honoring the ancient patterns. And beside Mariam, young Fatima, barely 10 years old, watches with the intense concentration of a devoted student, her small fingers occasionally reaching out to touch a thread, feeling its texture, learning its weight. The pattern emerging on the loom tells the story of a caravan crossing the desert, camels rendered in rich browns and golds moving across a field of deep blue silk that represents the night sky. Marcus can make out the suggestion of stars worked in silver thread, tiny pinpricks of light that catch the morning sun streaming through the workshop windows. Each knot is a single decision, a small commitment to the larger vision that exists complete in the weaver's minds. Zara begins to hum, a melody that seems to emerge from the very rhythm of her work. Her voice is soft but clear, carrying a tune that Marcus recognizes from the tea houses and markets of Bukhara. Soon Mariam joins her, their voices blending in harmony as natural as breathing. Little Fatima adds her own sweet soprano, creating a gentle chorus that fills the workshop with music as beautiful as the carpets themselves. Other workers throughout the large room pick up the melody, their voices joining the collective song without conscious thought. There is something magical about the way the music weaves through the space, connecting each weaver to the others, creating an invisible thread that binds them all to their shared craft. Marcus feels his own breathing slow to match the rhythm of their singing, his shoulders relaxing as the peaceful atmosphere settles around him like a warm blanket. The workshop is filled with looms of various sizes, each one hosting a different story. To his right, two young men work on a hunting scene, their careful fingers building up the image of a falcon soaring over rolling hills dotted with gazelles. Behind them, an elderly man works alone on what appears to be a prayer rug, the intricate geometric patterns requiring such concentration that he works in complete silence, his lips moving in quiet recitation. Baskets of wool and silk sit scattered throughout the room, their contents sorted by color into every shade imaginable. Deep crimson wool, the color of pomegranate seeds, sits beside skeins of blue silk that remind Marcus of the twilight sky over the desert. Golden threads gleam like captured sunlight, while greens range from the pale shade of new spring grass to the deep emerald of cypress trees. Young Fatima rises carefully and approaches one of these baskets, selecting a handful of rust-colored wool. She returns to her position beside her grandmother, holding the threads up to the light to check their consistency. Zara nods approvingly and shows her granddaughter how to tie the specific knot needed for this section of the pattern. Fatima's first attempts are clumsy, her small fingers struggling with the unfamiliar motions, but Zara's patient guidance never wavers. The old woman's hands cover her granddaughter's, guiding them through the precise movements required to secure each knot properly. She speaks in soft Tajik, her words carrying the weight of generations of knowledge passed down through whispered instruction. Marcus doesn't understand the language, but he recognizes the universal cadence of a master teaching a beloved student, each word chosen with care to impart not just technique but understanding. As the morning progresses, the workshop settles into its timeless rhythm. Hands move steadily across the looms, songs rise and fall like gentle waves, and the ancient stories continue to emerge from the meeting of colored threads and patient skill. Marcus closes his eyes and lets the sounds wash over him, the soft whisper of wool against silk, the quiet conversations between weavers, the occasional laugh of a child learning something new. In this peaceful sanctuary of creation, time seems to slow and bend, connecting this moment to countless others just like it, stretching back through the centuries like an unbroken thread in the great tapestry of human craft and tradition. The first light of dawn creeps slowly across the vast expanse of the Caspian Sea, painting the gentle waves in shades of rose gold and pale amber. Marcus stands at the weathered wooden pier, breathing in the salt-tinged air that carries with it the promise of new discoveries. The ancient trading route has brought him here, to this peaceful shore where the world's largest lake meets the endless sky. Behind him, the small fishing village begins to stir with the quiet rhythms of morning. Smoke rises from stone chimneys as families prepare their first meals, and the soft murmur of voices drifts on the cool breeze. But here, at the water's edge, there is only the gentle lapping of waves against worn timber and the distant calls of seabirds greeting the new day. In the harbor, fishing boats bob like sleeping birds upon the calm surface. Their hulls, darkened by years of salt spray and sun, creak softly as they rise and fall with each gentle swell. The fishermen who own these vessels have been awake since before dawn, casting their nets far from shore in the deeper waters where the silver fish run thick. Marcus adjusts his woolen cloak against the morning chill and watches as the first boat appears on the horizon, a dark silhouette against the brightening sky. As it draws closer, he can make out the figures of three men working together in perfect harmony, their movements practiced and sure. They've been fishing these waters for generations, following the same routes their fathers and grandfathers traveled, reading the sea like a familiar scroll. The boat glides toward the pier with quiet grace, its wake creating gentle ripples that catch the growing light. The fishermen's faces are weathered but peaceful, their eyes holding the contentment that comes from a night's work well done. As they secure their vessel to the pier with thick hemp ropes, Marcus approaches, curious about their catch. The eldest fisherman, his beard streaked with silver, nods respectfully as he begins to unload the nets. Within their woven depths lie treasures that Marcus has heard whispered about in distant markets, but never seen, glistening black pearls that the locals call caviar, each one smaller than a grain of wheat yet worth its weight in precious metals. The fisherman explains in gentle tones how these delicate spheres come from the great sturgeon that swim in the Caspian's deepest waters. These ancient fish, some older than the fisherman himself, carry within them this precious gift that has been harvested here for countless generations. The process is careful, respectful, nothing is wasted, nothing is hurried. Marcus watches as the caviar is carefully transferred into small clay vessels, each movement deliberate and reverent. The morning sun climbs higher now, warming the wooden planks beneath his feet and casting dancing reflections across the water. More boats appear on the horizon, their triangular sails filled with the gentle morning breeze. With growing curiosity, Marcus negotiates for a small portion of the delicacy, offering lengths of fine silk that have traveled with him from distant lands. The exchange is conducted with smiles and nods, a universal language of fair trade that needs no words to be understood. When the transaction is complete, the fisherman invites Marcus to taste this treasure of the sea. He places a small amount upon a piece of fresh bread, explaining that this is how the local families have enjoyed caviar for generations, simply without ceremony, letting the natural flavors speak for themselves. The first taste surprises Marcus with its complexity. The small spheres burst gently on his tongue, releasing flavors that speak of deep waters and ancient currents. There is a saltiness, yes, but also something more, a richness that seems to capture the very essence of this vast inland sea. As he savors this new experience, seabirds wheel overhead, their cries harmonizing with the gentle splash of waves against the pier. The sun continues its steady climb, transforming the Caspian's surface into a mirror of gold and blue. The fishing boats that remain at anchor sway peacefully, their work complete until evening calls them out once more. The fisherman's wife appears from the village, carrying a warm cup of tea made from herbs that grow wild along the shoreline. The drink is fragrant and soothing, the perfect complement to the morning's quiet revelations. Marcus accepts it gratefully, understanding that this simple gesture represents the hospitality that has welcomed travelers to this shore for countless years. As the morning deepens into day, Marcus knows that this moment, standing beside these calm waters, tasting the fruits of an ancient trade, surrounded by the peaceful rhythms of life beside the sea, will remain with him long after his merchant's road carries him toward distant horizons. The Caspian's shore has shared its secrets, and he has been enriched by its generosity. The morning sun cast long shadows across the dusty Persian road as Marcus guided his laden cart through the gentle undulations of the landscape. The heat of the day had not yet settled upon the earth, and the air carried with it the promise of something extraordinary ahead. His oxen plodded steadily forward, their hooves creating a rhythmic percussion against the well-worn stones that had been polished smooth by countless travelers before him. As the road crested a small hill, Marcus caught his first glimpse of the caravanserai that would shelter him for the night. But this was unlike any inn he had encountered in his long months of travel. Rising before him was not merely a place of rest, but a vision of earthly paradise. High walls of warm sandstone enclosed what appeared to be a miniature world of impossible beauty, where geometry and nature danced together in perfect harmony. The massive wooden gate stood open in welcome, and as Marcus passed through them, he felt as though he had stepped into a dream. The courtyard beyond was a marvel of Persian artistry, a garden where every element had been placed with deliberate care and profound understanding of beauty's deepest principles. Straight pathways of white marble divided the space into perfect squares, each one a small paradise unto itself. Water was the soul of this place. Everywhere Marcus looked, fountains sent crystalline streams arcing through the air, catching the late afternoon light and scattering it into countless tiny rainbows. The sound they created was like nature's own lullaby, a constant, gentle music that seemed to wash away the dust and fatigue of the road. Channels carved into the marble carried the water in geometric patterns, creating an intricate network that both delighted the eye and cooled the air. Rose bushes lined every pathway, their blooms ranging from the deepest crimson to the palest blush of dawn. The fragrance that rose from their petals had been distilled into rose water, which Persian servants sprinkled liberally throughout the garden. The scent hung in the air like an invisible silk cloth, soft and luxurious, transforming each breath into a small pleasure. Fruit trees provided shade over low stone benches where travelers could rest and contemplate. Pomegranate trees heavy with ruby fruit stood beside orange trees whose blossoms perfumed the evening air. Date palms swayed gently in the warm breeze, their fronds creating patterns of light and shadow on the marble below. But perhaps most magnificent of all were the peacocks that had made this garden their home. These living jewels strutted across the manicured lawns with regal dignity, their iridescent tail feathers creating fans of impossible color when they chose to display their glory. They seemed utterly unafraid of the human guests, occasionally approaching with curious tilts of their elegant heads, as though they too were travelers from some distant, more beautiful world. As evening approached, Marcus found himself seated at a low table beside one of the larger fountains, sharing a meal with Persian merchants whose own journeys had brought them to this same oasis of tranquility. The food before them was a celebration of Persian refinement: saffron rice that glowed like captured sunshine, lamb so tender it fell apart at the touch of a fork, and honey-soaked pastries layered with pistachios and rose petals. The Persian merchants were as cultivated as their gardens. Between courses, they shared verses of poetry that spoke of love and loss, of the eternal dance between joy and sorrow that gave life its bittersweet flavor. Their voices rose and fell with the gentle rhythm of the fountains, creating a counterpoint to the water's music. "Tell me, Roman friend," said one of the merchants, his beard silver in the lamplight, "in your country, do you have gardens such as these?" Marcus considered the question as he watched a peacock pick its way delicately between the rose bushes. "We have gardens, yes," he replied slowly, "but nothing that speaks to the soul as this place does. Here, I feel as though I am glimpsing something beyond the ordinary world, a vision of what paradise might truly be." The Persians smiled knowingly. "That is precisely what our garden makers intend. They say that if we cannot reach paradise in the next life, at least we can create small glimpses of it in this one." As the night deepened and the stars emerged like scattered diamonds above the garden walls, Marcus felt a profound sense of peace settle over him. The gentle music of the fountains continued its eternal song. The rose-scented air grew cool and soft against his skin, and somewhere in the darkness, a nightingale began to sing. This, he thought drowsily, was what it meant to be truly alive, to find beauty in unexpected places, to share bread and poetry with strangers who became friends, and to carry within oneself the memory of paradise found along a dusty road. The morning sun cast long shadows across the dusty road as Marcus approached the ancient fire temple, its stone walls rising from the earth like a monument to eternity itself. The structure seemed to breathe with age, weathered sandstone blocks fitted together with such precision that not even a blade of grass could grow between them. Carved reliefs of winged figures and sacred symbols adorned the entrance, their details softened by countless centuries of wind and rain, yet still maintaining their quiet dignity. As Marcus drew closer, he could smell it, the distinctive aroma of burning sandalwood mixed with frankincense, a fragrance so rich and complex it seemed to carry whispers of ancient prayers. The scent wrapped around him like invisible silk, drawing him forward toward the temple's shadowed doorway where flickering light danced against the stones. A priest emerged from within, his white robes flowing like water in the gentle breeze. His beard was silver as moonlight, and his eyes held the deep calm of someone who had spent decades in contemplation of sacred mysteries. He nodded to Marcus with quiet welcome, gesturing toward the temple's interior with hands that moved like blessing itself. "The fire has burned here for 800 years, the priest said, his voice soft as falling leaves. "Day and night, through wars and peace, through drought and flood, the flame continues. Come, witness what your ancestors knew, that light conquers darkness not through violence but through persistence." Marcus followed him through the doorway and immediately felt the temperature change. The cool morning air gave way to a gentle warmth that seemed to emanate not just from the fire, but from the very stones themselves, as if the temple had absorbed centuries of sacred heat and now radiated it back like a sleeping cat's purr. The interior opened before him like a cavern of living light. The sacred fire burned in a raised bronze brazier at the temple's heart, its flames reaching upward in perfect stillness. No wind disturbed them here, no draft caused them to flicker wildly. Instead, they danced with their own ancient rhythm, orange and gold tongues of light that seemed to speak in a language older than words. The walls curved upward in a gentle dome, every surface carved with intricate patterns that caught and reflected the firelight. Lions walked in eternal procession alongside winged bulls, while stylized flowers bloomed in stone gardens that would never fade. The carvings seemed to move in the dancing light, creating the illusion that the temple itself was alive, breathing slowly in harmony with the sacred flames. Other priests moved through the space with practiced quiet, their bare feet making no sound on the polished stone floor. One tended the fire with a long bronze tool, adjusting logs that had been carefully selected for their purity and their sweet burning properties. Another added pinches of precious incense to smaller fires that burned in niches around the walls, each addition sending new spirals of fragrant smoke toward the dome above. "Fire is truth made visible," the silver-bearded priest explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "It accepts only what is pure. Lies burn away like chaff, leaving only what is real. We tend these flames as gardeners tend flowers, with patience and devotion, knowing that our care helps maintain the balance between earth and sky." Marcus watched a young priest approach the central fire with a bundle of aromatic woods. The man's movements were deliberate and reverent, each gesture part of a ritual that had been performed the same way for countless generations. He placed the wood with the careful attention of an artist arranging colors on a palette, and the fire accepted the offering with a soft crackle of welcome. The smoke rose in straight columns toward the opening in the dome above, where it would eventually join the vast sky and carry the temple's prayers to whatever listening powers dwelt among the stars. Marcus found himself breathing more slowly, more deeply, as if the sacred atmosphere was teaching his lungs a more peaceful rhythm. Along the walls, oil lamps flickered in carved niches, each one casting its own small pool of golden light. The combined illumination created no harsh shadows. Instead, the light seemed to flow like honey, filling every corner with warm radiance that made the ancient carvings glow like jewels. As the morning progressed toward noon, more priests arrived to perform their duties. They moved like dancers in a choreography of devotion, each knowing exactly when to add incense, when to adjust the sacred flames, when to offer silent prayers. Their presence added to the temple's atmosphere of timeless serenity, as if Marcus had stepped outside the ordinary flow of time into a place where only the eternal mattered. The fire continued its ancient dance, patient and eternal, while the fragrant smoke carried the hopes and dreams of countless generations upward toward the endless sky. The morning sun casts long shadows across the weathered stones, as Marcus guides his camel through what remains of ancient Babylon. Here, where mighty walls once rose to touch the heavens, only fragments stand sentinel against the endless sky. The wind whispers through broken archways, carrying with it the scent of wild jasmine that has claimed these ruins as its own. His footsteps echo softly on stones worn smooth by centuries of rain and sand. Each block beneath his feet once formed part of something magnificent, perhaps a royal palace where kings held court beneath golden canopies, or maybe a temple where priests chanted prayers to Marduk as incense spiraled toward painted ceilings. Now, purple morning glories wind through the gaps between these ancient stones, their trumpet-shaped blooms opening to greet the dawn. Marcus pauses beside what might have been a fountain. The carved stone basin still holds the shape of its former glory, though now it cradles only fallen leaves and the occasional desert flower. He runs his weathered hand along the rim, feeling the intricate patterns that some long-dead artisan carved with infinite care. Lions chase deer around the basin's edge, their stone eyes forever frozen in an eternal hunt that will never end. The Euphrates flows nearby, its waters the same brown-gold color they were when Nebuchadnezzar walked these streets. The river has witnessed empires rise and fall, has carried merchant boats heavy with spices and silk, has reflected the faces of queens and slaves alike. Today it carries only a few fishing boats, their occupants casting nets in the same spots where royal barges once anchored. A shepherd appears through the ruins, his flock of sheep threading between the broken columns like ghosts made flesh. The animals seem unbothered by the weight of history beneath their hooves, concerned only with finding the tender grass that grows in the shadows of toppled statues. Their bells create a gentle melody that mingles with the sound of flowing water and rustling palm fronds. Marcus closes his eyes and lets his imagination rebuild what time has torn down. In his mind's eye, the broken walls rise again, their surfaces gleaming with glazed blue tiles that catch the sunlight like captured sky. The famous hanging gardens bloom once more, terraced levels of green cascading down like a waterfall of leaves and flowers. Cedar trees from Lebanon stretch their branches over walkways where noble ladies once strolled in silk robes, their jewelry catching the dappled light that filtered through the canopy. He can almost hear the sounds that once filled these streets: the clip-clop of horses pulling chariots over stone, the calls of merchants hawking their wares, the distant sound of musicians playing in the palace courtyards. Children's laughter would have echoed from the residential quarters, while the deeper voices of men conducting business would have drifted from the market squares that are now home only to lizards sunning themselves on warm stones. The wind shifts, bringing with it the sweet scent of date palms that still grow along the riverbank. These trees are descendants of those that fed the ancient city, their ancestors watching over Babylon's glory days. Their branches sway gently, creating dancing patterns of light and shadow on the ground where Marcus sits to rest. Some things endure, he thinks, even when empires crumble to dust. A dove lands nearby, its soft cooing a peaceful counterpoint to the whisper of wind through the ruins. It pecks at seeds scattered among the stones, unburdened by knowledge of the great library that once stood here, filled with tablets recording the wisdom of ages. The bird simply exists in this moment, finding sustenance among the remnants of human ambition. As afternoon arrives, the light grows softer, painting the broken walls in shades of honey and gold. The ruins take on an almost ethereal quality, as if the spirits of the past are stirring gently in the warmth. Marcus shoulders his pack once more, knowing it is time to continue his journey, but he carries with him the peaceful melancholy of this place where kings dreamed of immortality, and found instead that even the mightiest works of human hands become, in time, simply another part of the earth's eternal story. The Euphrates continues its ancient song, unchanged and unchanging, flowing toward distant seas as it has for countless centuries, bearing witness to the rise and fall of civilizations, indifferent to human glory, constant as the turning of the seasons and the gentle passage of time itself. The morning sun casts long shadows across the cobblestone streets of Damascus as Marcus makes his way through the artisan quarter. The air carries the distinctive scent of burning charcoal and heated metal, drawing him toward the famous steel workshops that have made this ancient city renowned throughout the known world. As he rounds a corner, the first forge comes into view. Wisps of smoke curl upward from the chimney, and through the open doorway, Marcus can see the warm orange glow of the fire within. The rhythmic sound of hammer on anvil echoes through the narrow street, a steady percussion that has marked the passage of time in Damascus for countless generations. The master smith, Hakim, notices Marcus approaching and gestures him inside with a welcoming smile. His hands are darkened by years of working with iron and carbon, his arms strong from decades of shaping metal into tools and weapons of extraordinary quality. The workshop itself is a marvel of organization, with tools hanging precisely where they belong, each one worn smooth by generations of use. Marcus watches in fascination as Hakim selects a piece of raw iron from a carefully sorted pile. The metal looks ordinary enough, but Marcus has heard stories of what these Damascus craftsmen can create from such humble beginnings. The smith places the iron into the glowing coals, using long tongs to position it perfectly within the heart of the fire. While they wait for the metal to reach the proper temperature, Hakim explains the ancient process in his gentle, measured voice. Different types of iron and steel are layered together like sheets of parchment, he says, each one contributing its own strength to the final blade. The secret lies not just in the metals themselves, but in understanding how they speak to each other when heated and folded. The iron begins to glow cherry red, then orange, then a brilliant yellow-white. Hakim removes it from the fire with practiced precision, placing it on the anvil with a satisfying ring of metal on metal. He takes up his hammer, worn smooth by his father's hands before his own, and begins to shape the glowing steel with measured, careful strikes. Each blow of the hammer sends tiny sparks dancing through the air like fireflies. The metal stretches and curves under Hakim's guidance, slowly taking on the elegant shape of a curved blade. But this is only the beginning of the process that will transform this simple iron into the legendary Damascus steel. Marcus observes as the smith folds the metal back upon itself, creating layers that will become the source of the steel's famous strength. Again and again, Hakim heats and hammers, folds and shapes, each repetition adding to the complex internal structure that gives Damascus steel its unique properties. Hours pass like minutes as Marcus remains transfixed by the ancient dance between craftsman and metal. The workshop fills with the comfortable warmth of the forge, and the steady rhythm of the work creates an almost meditative atmosphere. Other smiths work at nearby anvils, their hammers adding harmonious notes to the metallic symphony. As the blade takes its final shape, Hakim begins the delicate process of tempering. He heats the steel to a precise temperature, reading the color of the metal like a scholar reads ancient texts. Too hot and the steel becomes brittle. Too cool and it remains too soft. The perfect balance requires not just knowledge, but intuition passed down through generations of master craftsmen. The finished blade reveals the famous watered pattern that gives Damascus steel its distinctive appearance. Flowing lines curve across the metal's surface like ripples on a quiet pond, each one unique and beautiful. Marcus runs his finger carefully along the flat of the blade, marveling at the smooth surface that conceals such incredible strength beneath. As the afternoon sun begins to cast longer shadows, Marcus completes his trade for several of these remarkable blades. Each one will find its way to distant lands along the salt roads, carrying with it the skill and tradition of Damascus craftsmen. He carefully wraps the knives in soft leather, knowing that he carries not just tools but pieces of living history. Walking back through the cooling streets as evening approaches, Marcus can still hear the distant sound of hammers on anvils, the eternal rhythm of creation continuing as it has for centuries. The Damascus quarter grows quiet as the sun sets, but the glowing forges continue their work, tended by craftsmen who guard secrets as precious as any treasure he has encountered on his long journey through the ancient world. The scent of cooling metal and dying coals follows him through the narrow streets, a reminder of the day spent witnessing the transformation of simple earth into objects of beauty and utility that will outlast the hands that shaped them. The morning air carries whispers of frankincense even before Marcus sees the caravan. He stands at the edge of Shabwa, where sandstone buildings emerge from desert sands like ancient dreams made manifest. The scent drifts on warm currents, sweet, woody, touched with something divine that has drawn merchants across these lands for countless generations. Khalil, the caravan master, approaches with measured steps. His weathered face speaks of decades spent reading desert signs that remain invisible to untrained eyes. The indigo fabric of his robes catches the early light, and silver amulets chime softly at his throat. Behind him, 24 camels wait with patient dignity, their loads wrapped in protective leather that gleams with precious cargo. The frankincense trees have been generous this season, Khalil says, his voice carrying the cadence of wind over dunes. Each tier of resin represents months of careful harvesting. The Boswellia trees give their gift slowly, drop by precious drop, under the skilled hands of those who know their secrets. Marcus runs his fingers through a handful of the golden tiers. Each piece catches the light like captured sunlight, translucent and perfect. The aroma intensifies with his touch, complex layers of pine and lemon, earth and sky, mystery and comfort blended into something that speaks to the soul. No wonder temples across the Mediterranean world hunger for this treasure. No wonder kings pay its weight in gold. The caravan begins its ancient rhythm just as the sun clears the horizon. Camel bells create a gentle percussion that will accompany their days, while soft padding of enormous feet marks time across the sand. The Bedouin guides move like shadows alongside their charges, their knowledge of this landscape passed down through generations like precious heirlooms. As Shabwa fades behind shifting veils of heat, the desert reveals its true character. Sand stretches endlessly, sculpted by wind into patterns that shift and dance with each passing hour. Ridge after ridge rolls toward distant horizons, painted in shades of amber, copper, and gold that change with the light. The sun climbs steadily, and the caravan adjusts its pace accordingly. Swift progress in the cool hours, measured rest as heat builds. Midday brings the familiar ritual of shelter. The guides read the landscape like a beloved book, leading the group to a shallow depression where ancient rocks provide precious shade. Canvas stretched between camel saddles creates additional refuge, and the animals settle with contented rumbles. Marcus finds himself marveling at their patience, these ships of the desert who carry precious cargo across impossible distances with steady grace. The frankincense remains cool even under the desert sun, protected by centuries of accumulated wisdom. Each bundle represents not just aromatic resin, but the careful cultivation of sacred trees, the patient collection of their tears, the ancient routes that connect distant worlds. Roman temples, Egyptian ceremonies, Persian palaces, all wait for these fragrant gifts from Arabia's hidden groves. As afternoon shadows lengthen, movement resumes. The camels rise in their distinctive way, back legs first, then front, with a gentle swaying that has become as familiar as breathing. The bells resume their soft chorus, and the caravan flows across the sand like a river of purpose and patience. The guides navigate by signs invisible to Marcus despite his growing desert experience. The angle of certain dunes, the color of sand in specific locations, the way wind patterns have carved rocks into familiar shapes, all serve as landmarks in this seemingly featureless expanse. Their knowledge transforms the desert from empty wilderness into a well-mapped highway, complete with its own logic and reliable pathways. Evening approaches with a subtle shift in air temperature that signals the day's gentle surrender. Colors deepen across the dunes, rose and purple, gold and lavender, painting the sand in hues that seem borrowed from dreams. The caravan seeks tonight's campsite with the confidence of those who know exactly where they're going, even in a landscape that appears to offer no destinations. The guides select a spot where ancient usage has worn the sand smooth, and rocks provide windbreaks for the coming night. As the sun settles toward the western horizon, its light catches in the frankincense once more, releasing renewed waves of that magnificent scent. The aroma mingles with cooling desert air, with the comfortable sounds of camels settling for the night, with the quiet conversations of travelers grateful for another day's progress. Stars begin their appearance one by one, then in growing multitudes that will soon transform the desert sky into a map more detailed than any earthly chart. The Bedouin guides know these stellar pathways as well as they know the sand beneath their feet. Tonight, under this celestial guidance, the precious frankincense rests safely, one day closer to distant ports where its fragrance will carry whispers of Arabia's mystical depths to temples and palaces throughout the ancient world. The first light of dawn creeps slowly across the desert horizon, painting the endless sky in soft shades of pearl and amber. Marcus stands at the edge of the great valley, his breath catching in his throat as the sun's rays touch the towering sandstone cliffs before him. The ancient city of Petra emerges from shadow like a dream made manifest in stone. The rock face begins to blush, deepening from pale cream to warm rose, then to deep coral as the sunlight spreads across its surface. Carved directly into the living cliff, the treasury's magnificent facade reveals itself inch by inch, its columns and pediments seeming to glow from within. The Nabatean craftsmen who shaped this wonder centuries ago understood something profound about light and stone, about how the desert sun could transform rock into something that breathes with color. Marcus adjusts his travel pack and begins his descent into the Sick, the narrow gorge that serves as Petra's natural gateway. The walls rise high on either side, sometimes so close he can touch both with outstretched arms. Overhead, the ribbon of sky seems impossibly distant, a river of blue flowing between towering ramparts of stone. His footsteps echo softly in this natural cathedral, joining the whispered conversations of other early travelers making their way toward the hidden city. The air grows cooler in the shadow of the gorge, carrying the faint scent of desert sage and something else, the promise of water in this impossibly dry landscape. As he rounds a curve in the path, Marcus catches his first glimpse of carved channels running along the walls, ancient aqueducts that still guide precious water from distant springs into the heart of the rock city. A Nabatean trader named Khalil falls into step beside him, his robes rustling softly against the sandstone walls. "First time to Petra?" he asks, his voice warm with the accent of the desert people. When Marcus nods, Khalil smiles. "Then you are about to witness something that will remain in your dreams long after you leave our rose-red city." They emerge from the Sick together, and Marcus stops breathing. The treasury stands before them in its full glory, its facade now blazing with the deep rose and gold of full sunrise. Every carved detail seems to pulse with inner light: the dancing figures, the flowing urns, the intricate capitals of columns that seem too delicate to be hewn from solid rock. Other travelers stand in similar reverence, their voices hushed as if they have entered a sacred space. Khalil gestures toward the elaborate water channels that run along the street, their surfaces catching and reflecting the morning light. "Our ancestors were masters of water," he explains quietly. "They taught the desert to bloom, convinced the rock to weep sweet tears. Every drop that falls within a day's journey finds its way here to nourish our gardens and fill our cisterns." As they walk deeper into the city, Marcus marvels at the ingenuity surrounding him. Carved stairs wind up cliff faces to temples perched impossibly high. Elaborate tombs emerge from the rock as if the stone itself had dreamed of becoming architecture. Gardens flourish in courtyards where underground streams have been coaxed to the surface. Their green leaves a startling contrast to the rose and cream of the carved stone. The sound of water trickling through hidden channels creates a gentle music that seems to emanate from the rocks themselves. Khalil leads him to a natural amphitheater carved into a cliff face, where the morning light streams down like golden honey. "Listen," he whispers, and from somewhere high above comes the haunting sound of a wooden flute, its melody drifting down the stone channels like liquid music. The notes seem to gather strength as they bounce between the carved walls, growing richer and more complex with each echo. Other flutes join the first, their voices weaving together in harmonies that seem as old as the desert itself. Marcus closes his eyes and lets the sound wash over him, feeling as if the city itself is singing. Our musicians know the secret places, Khalil explains softly. The chambers where sound grows and multiplies, where a single note becomes a choir. They play the sunrise song each morning, welcoming the light back to our rose-red walls. As the music fades, Marcus opens his eyes to find the sun now fully risen, the cliff faces glowing with warm honey light. Petra has shed its dawn blush but lost none of its magic. The carved facade seemed to pulse gently with captured sunlight, promising that as evening approaches, they will glow again with fire and gold. Standing here in this crossroads between north and south, east and west, Marcus understands why travelers speak of Petra in whispers. It is more than a city, it is proof that human hands guided by patient hearts can transform even the hardest stone into something that sings with beauty. The rose-red dawn has blessed this hidden valley, and its warmth will linger in memory long after the day grows old. The ancient stones of Jerusalem hold the warmth of the afternoon sun as you follow Marcus through the narrow streets, his sandals creating a gentle rhythm against worn limestone paths that have been walked for countless generations. The air carries the mingled scents of frankincense from nearby shops, fresh bread cooling in shadowed doorways, and the sweet fragrance of jasmine climbing over courtyard walls. Marcus pauses at a small plaza where 3 merchants have arranged their wares in the dappled shade of an olive tree. The Jewish trader carefully unfolds bolts of deep blue fabric, the color of twilight over the Dead Sea. Beside him, a Christian pilgrim from distant Gaul examines carved wooden crosses, their smooth surfaces polished to a gentle gleam. A Muslim scholar sits cross-legged nearby, his scrolls spread before him like petals of precious parchment, each one containing verses of poetry that speak of divine love and earthly beauty. The conversation flows between them in a mixture of languages, Hebrew blending with Latin and Arabic, yet understanding passes between these men through smiles and gestures as ancient as trade itself. Marcus watches as coins change hands, Roman denarii, Byzantine solidi, and Islamic dirhams all accepted with equal grace. Here in this sacred city, commerce becomes a form of communion, connecting hearts across the boundaries of faith. As the sun begins its slow descent toward the western hills, Marcus climbs the gentle slope toward the Temple Mount. The massive stones of the platform rise like a mountain crafted by divine hands, each block fitted so perfectly that not even a blade of grass could find purchase between them. The golden dome catches the light and holds it, radiating warmth like a beacon of peace above the city's maze of rooftops and courtyards. From this elevated place, Marcus can see the entire tapestry of Jerusalem spread below. Smoke rises in thin, peaceful columns from cooking fires. Children play in the streets, their laughter echoing off ancient walls. Women draw water from deep wells, the rope and bucket creating a rhythmic melody that has remained unchanged since the time of kings and prophets. The first call to evening prayer begins to drift across the city, the Muslim muezzin's voice rising and falling like a river of sound. Soon, church bells join this sacred symphony, their bronze voices adding harmony to the evening air. From the Jewish quarter comes the gentle sound of prayers being chanted in courtyards and synagogues, voices joined in traditions that stretch back to the very foundation of this holy place. Marcus finds a quiet spot on the mount's edge, where olive trees cast long, peaceful shadows. He settles against the smooth trunk of an ancient tree, feeling the roughness of its bark against his back and listening to the whisper of leaves in the evening breeze. Below him, the city settles into its nightly rhythm of rest and reflection. A young Jewish boy hurries past, carrying a clay lamp carefully cupped in his hands to protect its flickering flame. A Christian woman arranges flowers at a small shrine, her movements slow and reverent as she places each blossom with care. An elderly Muslim man spreads his prayer rug on a nearby terrace, facing toward the setting sun as he prepares for his evening devotions. The remarkable harmony of this scene fills Marcus with a profound sense of peace. Here, in this city claimed by three faiths, he witnesses something extraordinary, not conflict or division, but a gentle coexistence that speaks to the deepest longings of the human heart. Each tradition flows around the others like streams converging into a single, sacred river. As twilight deepens, stars begin to appear one by one in the darkening sky above Jerusalem. The same stars that witnessed Abraham's covenant, that shone upon David's psalms, that guided wise men and pilgrims to this place of wonder. Marcus closes his eyes and breathes deeply, drawing in the cool evening air that carries with it the sense of cedar and stone, bread and flowers, incense and the timeless dust of ages. The sounds of the city grow softer now, distant conversations, the gentle closing of wooden doors, the soft footsteps of those making their way home through streets lit by oil lamps and starlight. This is Jerusalem at peace, a city where the sacred and the ordinary interweave like threads in a tapestry woven by divine hands. Marcus pulls his cloak closer around his shoulders as the night air grows cool. Tomorrow will bring new journeys and discoveries, but tonight, in this moment of perfect stillness, he rests in the embrace of a city where three faiths have found a way to share one sacred space under the infinite canopy of heaven. The morning sun filters through the dusty streets of Gaza as you follow Marcus toward the sound of crackling flames. The air grows warmer with each step, carrying the sweet scent of burning cedar and something else, something clean and sharp like the ocean breeze, but different. As you round a corner, the source becomes clear, a workshop where glass is born from sand and fire. The building's stone walls seem to breathe with heat. Through the wide doorway, you can see the orange glow of furnaces, their flames dancing behind thick clay walls. Marcus pauses at the threshold, his weathered face illuminated by the firelight. The glass makers of Gaza, he says softly, are artists who turn the earth itself into beauty. Inside, the workshop hums with quiet activity. 3 generations of craftsmen move between the furnaces with the fluid grace of dancers who have performed the same steps for decades. The oldest master, his beard white as sea foam, tends a furnace where temperatures reach heights that would melt copper. Beside him, a younger man, perhaps his son, shapes a glowing orange mass at the end of a long iron rod called a pontil. The process unfolds like a meditation. First, the craftsman dips his rod into the furnace, gathering molten glass that clings like honey made of light. The material glows white-hot at its core, fading to deep amber at the edges. He rolls it carefully on a smooth stone table called a marver, turning the gather into a perfect sphere that pulses with inner fire. Then comes the magic you've traveled so far to witness. The glassblower brings the rod to his lips and breathes life into the molten sphere. With steady, controlled breaths, he inflates the glass like a bubble of pure light. The material responds, stretching and expanding, its walls growing thin as butterfly wings yet strong as stone. Marcus watches in fascination as the craftsman shapes what will become a delicate vase. Using simple tools, wooden paddles, metal shears, and calipers worn smooth by countless hands, he coaxes the glass into elegant curves. The neck narrows with each gentle squeeze. The body swells with each careful breath. Every movement is deliberate, unhurried, as if time itself has slowed to accommodate this ancient dance between human breath and molten earth. Around the workshop, other artisans work on different pieces. One shapes a bowl, its rim perfectly circular, its walls so thin that light passes through them like colored water. Another crafts a tall beaker, its surface decorated with threads of blue glass that spiral from base to rim like frozen lightning. The heat from the furnaces creates its own weather inside the workshop. Warm air rises and swirls, carrying tiny sparks that glitter like stars before fading. The stone floor radiates warmth through your sandals. Sweat beads on the craftsmen's foreheads, but their hands remain steady, their breathing even. You watch as finished pieces are carried to the annealing ovens, special chambers where glass cools slowly over many hours. This gradual cooling prevents the stress that would shatter these delicate treasures. Inside these ovens, rows of completed works wait patiently. Goblets that will hold wine at Roman feasts, oil lamps that will light evening prayers, perfume bottles that will carry the scent of roses across distant lands. The light streaming through the workshop's windows catches the cooling glass and breaks into rainbows. Prisms of color, ruby red, sapphire blue, emerald green, dance across the stone walls like captured sunlight. Each piece seems to hold its own inner light, as if the fire used to create it never fully dies but sleeps within the glass, waiting to be awakened by candle flame or sunrise. Marcus picks up a small bowl from the cooling rack, turning it slowly in his weathered hands. The glass is clear as mountain spring water, its surface smooth as calm seas. From sand to art in a single day, he murmurs. These craftsmen don't just make objects, they capture light itself and hold it prisoner in walls of glass. As the afternoon progresses, you find yourself mesmerized by the rhythm of creation. The steady breathing of the glassblowers becomes as soothing as ocean waves. The crackling of the furnaces settles into a gentle lullaby. The soft conversations between father and son, master and apprentice, flow like prayers in the ancient tongue of craftsmen who have practiced their art since the pharaohs built their pyramids. The workshop grows quieter as evening approaches. The furnaces will burn through the night, tended by apprentices who have earned the honor of keeping the sacred flames alive. Tomorrow, new pieces will be born from this marriage of sand and fire, breath and skill, continuing a tradition as old as civilization itself, as endless as the desert sands that provide their raw material. The morning sun cast long shadows across the delta as Marcus guided his caravan down the familiar path toward the Nile's embrace. After months traversing distant lands and foreign shores, the sight of Egypt's great waterway filled him with a profound sense of homecoming. The river stretched before them like a ribbon of liquid silver, its surface catching the early light in countless dancing reflections. Along the banks, farmers moved with the same unhurried rhythm he remembered from his youth. Their white linen tunics billowed gently in the river breeze as they bent to gather the golden grain that had ripened under Egypt's generous sun. The barley and wheat stood tall in neat rows, ready for the harvest that would sustain Alexandria's bustling markets through the coming season. Children darted between the stalks, their laughter carrying across the water like music, their small hands helping to separate grain from chaff in woven baskets passed down through generations. Marcus dismounted from his horse and walked to the water's edge, breathing deeply of the rich, earthy air. The scent of fertile mud mingled with blooming lotus flowers, and the green sweetness of papyrus reeds swaying in clusters along the shoreline. Somewhere in the distance, a fisherman's song drifted across the water, ancient words that spoke of the river's eternal gifts and the gratitude of those who lived by its grace. A procession of papyrus boats glided downstream with barely a whisper, their curved prows cutting through the gentle current like swans in flight. Each vessel carried the bounty of Upper Egypt, amphorae filled with honey and wine, baskets overflowing with dates and figs, bundles of fine linen that would grace the shoulders of Alexandria's wealthy merchants. The boatmen pulled their craft with practiced ease, their movements as natural as breathing, following routes their fathers and grandfathers had navigated for countless generations. Marcus watched a young boy leap from boat to boat, helping to secure ropes and adjust the cargo. The child's feet found their balance instinctively on the swaying decks, his bare toes gripping the woven reed surfaces with the confidence of one born to the river. When the boy caught sight of Marcus watching, he raised his hand in greeting, his smile as bright as the sun on water. The merchant found himself thinking of the great river as a living thing, a serpent of life that wound its way through the heart of Egypt, connecting mountain to sea, desert to fertile plain. Every drop of water that flowed past this spot had begun its journey far to the south, in lands he had only heard described in whispered tales around evening fires. It had carved canyons through solid rock, nourished palm groves in hidden oases, and turned barren sand into the richest farmland in the known world. An elderly woman appeared at the river's edge with a water jar balanced perfectly on her head. She moved with the grace of long practice, each step measured and sure as she descended the stone steps worn smooth by countless feet. When she reached the water, she knelt and filled her vessel with ceremony, cupping her free hand to drink deeply before rising. As she passed Marcus on her way back up the bank, she nodded with quiet dignity, her eyes holding the wisdom of decades spent in harmony with the river's rhythm. The irrigation channels spread out from the main waterway like veins from a heart, carrying the Nile's blessing to fields that stretched beyond the horizon. Children splashed and played where the channels were deepest, their joy infectious as they dove for pebbles and chased silver fish through the clear water. Their parents worked nearby, adjusting wooden gates and reed barriers that controlled the flow with engineering knowledge passed down through the ages. As afternoon settled over the delta, Marcus climbed a small rise overlooking the water. From this vantage point, he could see the vast network of canals and waterways that made Egypt's abundance possible. The river divided and rejoined itself in countless streams, each one a lifeline to communities that had flourished here since time immemorial. Somewhere beyond the heat haze, Alexandria waited with its great lighthouse and bustling harbor. But here in the Delta, life moved to older rhythms, deeper truths. A flock of white ibis lifted from the reed beds, their wings catching the golden light as they wheeled overhead in perfect formation. Below, the eternal river flowed on toward the sea, carrying with it the dreams and hopes of all who dwelt along its banks. Marcus smiled, understanding at last why travelers always returned to Egypt. The Nile was more than water. It was the very thread that wove the tapestry of life, binding past to future in an unbroken chain of abundance and peace. The morning air carries the salt-sweet scent of the Mediterranean as Marcus makes his way through Alexandria's bustling harbor district. The familiar sounds of creaking rope and lapping waves welcome him back to this jewel of the ancient world. Before him rises the magnificent Pharaoh's, Alexandria's legendary lighthouse, its white limestone blocks gleaming in the early sunlight like polished ivory against the azure sky. Marcus approaches the lighthouse's base, where weathered stone steps begin their spiral ascent. The structure towers above him, a marvel of engineering that has guided countless ships safely to harbor for generations. Fishermen mend their nets nearby, their weathered hands working with practiced rhythm while they exchange quiet stories of the morning's catch. The scent of fresh bread drifts from a nearby bakery, mingling with the briny ocean breeze. He begins his climb, each step taking him higher above the bustling port. The limestone steps are worn smooth by countless feet sailors, merchants, lighthouse keepers, and travelers like himself who have sought this elevated view of the ancient world. Through narrow windows cut into the tower's walls, glimpses of the harbor appear and disappear as he ascends, each view revealing more of Alexandria's magnificent scope. The climb is unhurried, meditative. Marcus pauses occasionally to catch his breath and peer through the openings, watching as fishing boats glide across the harbor's calm waters like graceful water birds. Their triangular sails catch the gentle morning breeze, creating ripples that spread in perfect circles across the surface. The sound of his own breathing mingles with the distant calls of harbor workers, loading and unloading cargo from ships that have journeyed from every corner of the Mediterranean. Higher now, the city begins to reveal its full splendor. The great library of Alexandria comes into view, its columned halls and reading gardens stretching like an intellectual oasis among the urban landscape. Scholars in simple robes can be seen walking between buildings, carrying scrolls and tablets, their unhurried pace speaking of deep contemplation and timeless wisdom. Palm trees sway gently in the courtyards, their fronds rustling like whispered secrets shared between ancient texts. As Marcus continues his ascent, seabirds begin to circle the lighthouse's upper reaches. Gulls and petrels ride the wind currents with effortless grace, their white wings catching and reflecting the strengthening sunlight. They call to one another in a chorus that seems to welcome him to their aerial realm. One bold gull lands on a window ledge nearby, cocking its head curiously before launching itself back into the warming air with a gentle cry. The steps spiral ever upward, and with each turn, more of the Mediterranean world unfolds below. Ships from distant ports rest at anchor in the harbor, vessels from Rome with their distinctive square sails, sleek galleys from Greece, and merchant ships from ports along the African coast. Their hulls bob gently with the tide, masts swaying in a slow, hypnotic dance. Dock workers move with practiced efficiency, their voices calling out in a mixture of languages that creates a polyglot symphony of commerce and culture. Near the lighthouse's summit, Marcus can see the great beacon chamber where the sacred fire burns. Even in daylight, wisps of smoke rise from the carefully tended flames that will guide tonight's arriving ships to safety. The lighthouse keepers move about their duties with quiet reverence, understanding their role as guardians of this beacon that connects Alexandria to the wider world. From this magnificent height, the entire scope of his journey becomes visible. To the north, the Mediterranean stretches endlessly toward the horizon, its surface painted in shades of turquoise and deep blue. To the south, the Nile Delta spreads like green fingers through the golden desert, carrying life and prosperity from the heart of Africa to this cosmopolitan meeting place of cultures. Ships are already beginning to appear on the distant horizon, their sails tiny white specks that will grow larger as the day progresses. Some of these vessels will carry him back to Rome, completing the great circle of his merchant's journey. The thought brings a sense of peaceful completion, like a story finding its natural end. The wind at this height is clean and fresh, carrying scents from across the known world, spices from distant kingdoms, cedar from Lebanese mountains, and always the eternal smell of salt and sea that connects all harbors, all journeys, all homecomings. Marcus breathes deeply, storing these sensations in memory like precious cargo. Below, Alexandria continues its eternal rhythm. Merchants haggle in the markets, scholars debate in the library's halls, and ships arrive and depart with the regularity of tides. The lighthouse stands as witness to it all, a constant guardian watching over the endless flow of human endeavor and peaceful commerce that makes this ancient world pulse with quiet life. As the morning sun climbs higher, painting the Mediterranean in shades of gold and silver, Marcus prepares to descend, carrying with him the memory of Alexandria seen from the realm of seabirds and celestial fire. The morning sun casts long golden ribbons across the Mediterranean as Marcus stands at the bow of the merchant vessel, watching the familiar outline of Sicily emerge from the sea mist. The ship cuts through gentle swells, its wooden hull creaking softly in rhythm with the waves. Behind them, the mainland of Italia grows smaller with each passing moment, while ahead, the island of Sicily beckons with promises of warm harbors and friendly faces. A pod of dolphins appears alongside the vessel, their sleek bodies breaking the surface in graceful arcs. Marcus watches, mesmerized, as they leap and dive, their silver-gray forms catching the light like scattered coins. The creatures seem to dance in the ship's wake, following the foaming white trail that spreads behind them like a path of stars on the deep blue water. Their joyful movements remind Marcus of children at play, carefree and full of simple happiness. The captain, a weathered Sicilian named Gaius, joins Marcus at the rail. His eyes, the color of sea glass, scan the horizon with practiced ease. "Look there," he says softly, pointing toward the island's northeastern coast. "Etna greets us today with her gentle breath." Marcus follows his gaze to see Mount Etna rising majestically from the island's heart, a thin plume of white smoke drifting lazily from her summit. The great mountain appears peaceful today, her volcanic fires reduced to a quiet whisper of steam that mingles with the morning clouds. The smoke rises straight up in the still air, creating a natural beacon that has guided sailors to Sicily for countless generations. As they draw closer to the coast, The water beneath them transforms from deep ocean blue to the clearer turquoise of shallower seas. Marcus can make out the sandy bottom in places where schools of small fish create moving shadows that dance across the seabed like living tapestries. The scent of the island reaches them now, wild herbs warming in the sun, olive groves heavy with fruit, and the sweet perfume of wildflowers blooming along the coastal cliffs. A small fishing boat appears off their starboard side, its single triangular sail catching the morning breeze. Two fishermen work their nets with practiced efficiency, their movements unhurried and rhythmic. One of them notices the merchant vessel and raises his hand in greeting, his sun-darkened face breaking into a smile. Marcus waves back, feeling the universal kinship that exists between all who make their living from the sea. The fishermen's nets glisten with silver as they pull them from the water, heavy with the morning's catch. Marcus can see the fish tumbling and flashing in the net's depths, sardines and anchovies that will soon grace the tables of Syracusan families. The sight reminds him of his own childhood, watching his father's fishing crews return to port with their daily bounty, the whole village gathering to see what treasures the sea had offered. As they round a small headland, the landscape of Sicily unfolds before them like an ancient scroll being unrolled. Terraced hillsides climb from the water's edge, their slopes covered in neat rows of grapevines heavy with clusters of purple fruit. The vines march up the gentle inclines in perfect formation, their leaves beginning to show the golden edges of early autumn. Between the vineyards, groves of olive trees spread their silver-green canopy, their ancient trunks twisted and gnarled by centuries of Mediterranean sun and wind. Small white houses dot the hillsides like scattered pearls, their terracotta roofs glowing warmly in the morning light. Thin streams of smoke rise from a few chimneys, suggesting families preparing their morning meal. Marcus imagines the aroma of fresh bread baking, olives being pressed for oil, and grapes being turned into wine that will warm hearts through the coming winter months. The ship's crew moves about their duties with quiet efficiency, adjusting sails and preparing for their approach to harbor. Their movements are as gentle as the morning itself, creating no urgency or disturbance to mar the peaceful scene. Marcus breathes deeply, filling his lungs with the clean sea air and the promising sense of the approaching island. A seabird, perhaps a gull or tern, glides alongside the ship for a moment, its wings spread wide and motionless as it rides the air currents created by their passage. Its cry is soft and musical, adding to the symphony of wind and water that surrounds them. Sicily grows larger with each moment, revealing more of her treasures. Marcus can see the mouth of a river where fresh water meets the sea, creating a small delta where marsh birds wade in the shallows. Palm trees sway along the shoreline, their fronds rustling in the gentle breeze. Everything speaks of abundance, of a land blessed by the gods with fertility and beauty. The dolphins still play in their wake, their presence a benediction on this peaceful crossing. Marcus closes his eyes for a moment, feeling the sun warm his face and listening to the eternal conversation between ship and sea. The morning mist clings to the water like silk veils as your ship approaches the narrow passage between two ancient lands. Here, where Sicily reaches toward the toe of Italy, the sea transforms into something altogether different. The Straits of Messina stretch before you, no wider than a river in some places, yet holding secrets that have captivated sailors for countless generations. Marcus stands at the bow, his weathered hands gripping the smooth wood rail. The salt air fills his lungs as he watches the currents below begin their eternal dance. The water here moves with purpose, swirling in gentle spirals that catch the early light. Small whirlpools form and dissolve like liquid flowers blooming and fading in an endless cycle. The sea speaks in whispers, telling stories of the countless vessels that have passed this way before yours. To your left, Sicily rises from the azure depths, its coastline a tapestry of golden cliffs and hidden coves. Ancient olive groves cascade down hillsides like silver-green waterfalls, their leaves catching the Mediterranean breeze. The scent of wild herbs drifts across the water, oregano and thyme, Rosemary and sage carried on air that has warmed itself against sun-baked stones since the world was young. Your ship moves slowly through these sacred waters, the captain's experienced hands guiding her with reverence for the passage. The crew works quietly, their movements fluid and practiced. Ropes creak softly in the rigging above, a gentle percussion that harmonizes with the rhythmic splash of waves against the hull. The vessel rocks with the ancient rhythm of the sea, a lullaby that has soothed travelers for millennia. Overhead, seabirds wheel and dive with graceful precision. Gulls and terns plunge into the churning waters where the currents meet, their cries echoing off distant cliffs. They know the secrets of these straits, where cold Atlantic currents mingle with warm Mediterranean waters, creating pockets of abundance beneath the surface. Fish gather here in silver schools, and the birds harvest the sea's gifts with practiced ease. Marcus watches this aerial ballet with quiet wonder. He has heard the old stories, the myths that speak of monsters dwelling in these depths. Sailors' tales whisper of six-headed beasts and whirlpools that devour ships whole. But standing here in the gentle morning light, he sees only the eternal conversation between sea and sky, the endless dance of wind and water that has continued unchanged since the gods first walked the earth. The Italian mainland grows larger with each passing moment, its mountains rising like sleeping giants from the coastal plains. The peaks catch the morning sun, their slopes painted in shades of purple and gold. Small fishing villages dot the shoreline, their white houses gleaming like scattered pearls. Smoke rises lazily from chimneys, carrying the promise of warm hearths and freshly baked bread. As your ship navigates the narrowest part of the strait, the water beneath takes on an almost mystical quality. Currents from different directions meet and merge, creating patterns on the surface that shift and change like living art. The sea here is a deeper blue, almost sapphire in its intensity, reflecting the sky above in perfect mirror images until you cannot tell where water ends and heaven begins. A pod of dolphins appears alongside your vessel, their sleek bodies cutting through the water with effortless grace. They leap and play in your wake, as if welcoming another traveler to these ancient waters. Their presence brings a sense of blessing, a reminder that you are part of something larger than yourself, a continuous stream of humanity that has crossed these straits in search of new horizons. The wind carries stories on its breath, tales of Phoenician traders and Greek colonists, Roman galleys and medieval merchants. Each wave that laps against your hull connects you to this vast tapestry of human endeavor. You are following in the wake of countless dreamers, adventurers, and peaceful traders who have found safe passage through these legendary waters. As the morning advances, the mist begins to lift, revealing the full majesty of your surroundings. The coastlines of two lands frame your passage like the pillars of an ancient temple. Here, in this narrow channel between worlds, you witness the eternal patience of the sea as it shapes continents with gentle persistence, one tide at a time. Your journey continues through these historic waters, carried forward by currents that have flowed since the beginning of time. The Straits of Messina embrace your vessel with liquid arms, guiding you safely toward new shores where familiar harbors await, and the endless cycle of departure and return continues its peaceful rhythm. The warmth of Italian stone greets Marcus's travel-worn sandals as he takes his first steps onto the ancient Roman road. The perfectly fitted stones, each one carefully placed by generations of skilled craftsmen, create a surface so smooth and enduring that merchants speak of these highways lasting forever. Beneath his feet, he can feel the solid foundation that connects this distant province to the heart of the empire itself. The morning sun filters through the silvery leaves of olive trees that line the roadway, their gnarled trunks telling stories of decades spent drinking in the Mediterranean light. Marcus pauses to run his weathered hand along the bark of one particularly ancient tree, feeling the deep grooves and gentle curves that speak of patient growth and countless seasons of harvest. The leaves whisper softly in the warm breeze, creating a natural canopy that dapples the road with moving patterns of light and shadow. To his left, terraced hillsides cascade down toward the road, each level carefully maintained and planted with neat rows of grapevines. The vines are heavy with clusters of deep purple grapes, their sweetness perfuming the air with the promise of wine that will grace Roman tables in the months to come. Marcus watches as a farmer moves slowly between the rows, his movements unhurried and practiced, checking each vine with the careful attention of someone who understands that good things take time. The farmer looks up and raises his hand in greeting, calling out a warm welcome in the melodic cadence of the local dialect. Marcus responds with a smile and a nod, the universal language of peaceful travelers recognizing one another on the road. There is something deeply comforting about this exchange, this moment of human connection between strangers who share nothing but the same path and the same golden sunlight. A milestone appears ahead, its carved numerals marking the distance to Rome with mathematical precision. 27 miles to the Eternal City. Marcus traces the numbers with his finger, feeling the skilled craftsmanship of the stone carvers who ensured that every traveler would know exactly where they stood on their journey. These markers have guided countless merchants, soldiers, and pilgrims along this very route, each one following the same carefully engineered path toward the heart of civilization. As the day grows warmer, more travelers join Marcus on the road. A family passes by, their cart loaded with ceramic amphorae that catch and reflect the sunlight. The gentle creaking of their wooden wheels and the steady plodding of their oxen create a rhythm that matches the peaceful pace of the journey. The children peek out from beneath the cart's canvas covering, their bright eyes curious about the foreign merchant walking alongside them. An elderly man approaches from the opposite direction, his staff clicking against the stone with each measured step. His robes speak of learning, perhaps a teacher or philosopher making his way from one city to another. As they meet, he pauses to share news from Rome, tales of new buildings rising, of festivals being planned, of the ordinary life of a great city continuing its ancient rhythms. His voice is calm and reassuring, painting pictures of a place where culture and commerce flow together like streams meeting a great river. The afternoon brings the sound of distant singing as a group of pilgrims makes their way along the road. Their voices blend together in harmonious prayer, the words carried on the warm air like incense. Marcus finds himself walking in time with their melody, his own journey becoming part of their sacred procession without any need for formal invitation or introduction. Cypress trees stand like dark green sentinels along the roadside, their tall forms reaching toward the cloudless sky. In their shade, wildflowers bloom in scattered patches, tiny white daisies and purple lavender that release their fragrance with each gentle footstep. Butterflies dance among the blossoms, their wings catching the light as they follow paths visible only to themselves. As evening approaches, the road curves gently around a hillside, revealing a vista of rolling countryside that stretches to the horizon. Red-tiled roofs of distant farmhouses catch the last rays of sunlight, and columns of smoke rise peacefully from chimneys where families are preparing their evening meals. The air carries the faint scent of bread baking and wood smoke, domestic aromas that speak of home and comfort. Marcus walks onward, his steps keeping time with the ancient rhythm of the road. Each stone beneath his feet has been placed by human hands, each mile marker carved by human skill, each tree planted by human hope for the future. The Roman road stretches ahead, solid and dependable, carrying him forward on his merchant's journey with the quiet confidence that comes from traveling paths built to last through the ages. The first stars begin to appear in the darkening sky above, and somewhere ahead lies Rome, waiting at the end of this perfectly engineered path through the peaceful Italian countryside. The morning sun rises slowly over the ancient stones of the Appian Way, casting long shadows between the cypress trees that stand like silent sentinels along Rome's most famous road. Marcus adjusts his leather satchel and takes a deep breath of the cool morning air, heavy with the scent of wild rosemary and thyme that grows freely between the perfectly fitted basalt blocks beneath his feet. Each footstep echoes softly against the worn stones, polished smooth by countless travelers who have walked this path before him. The Via Appia stretches ahead like a ribbon of dark stone, disappearing into gentle hills dotted with olive groves and vineyards. Wildflowers push through the ancient masonry, tiny purple blooms of lavender, bright yellow chamomile, and delicate white daisies that nod gently in the warm breeze. The road is lined with monuments to the departed, their marble facades weathered by centuries of rain and sun. These tombs rise from the earth like small temples, each one telling a story of lives lived and journeys completed. Some are grand mausoleums with intricate carvings of gods and goddesses, while others are simple stone markers bearing only a name and a prayer for safe passage to the afterlife. Marcus pauses at one particularly beautiful monument, its surface decorated with carved grapevines and wheat sheaves, symbols of abundance and eternal harvest. A gentle wind rustles through the cypress trees, their dark green branches swaying in a slow, hypnotic dance. The sound is like a whisper from ancient times, carrying with it the voices of countless merchants, soldiers, and pilgrims who have traveled this sacred road. Marcus can almost hear their footsteps mingling with his own, a chorus of journeys that spans centuries. Mile marker 23 appears ahead, its Roman numerals carved deep into weathered stone. With each marker that passes, Marcus feels the pull of home growing stronger. Rome awaits just beyond the next hill, with its red tile roofs and marble columns gleaming in the afternoon light. He pictures his small house near the Tiber, where his wife tends her garden of herbs and his children play in the courtyard fountain. The road curves gently through a grove of ancient olive trees, their silver-green leaves shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Some of these trees have stood here since before the road was built, their gnarled trunks bearing witness to the rise and fall of empires. Marcus reaches out to touch the bark of one particularly magnificent specimen, feeling the deep grooves and ridges worn smooth by time and weather. A small shrine appears beside the road, dedicated to Mercury, protector of travelers and merchants. Someone has left fresh flowers at the base, white lilies that perfume the air with their sweet fragrance. Marcus adds his own offering, a small copper coin worn smooth by handling, and whispers a prayer of gratitude for safe passage and profitable journeys. The afternoon light grows golden as it filters through the cypress branches, creating patterns of light and shadow that dance across the ancient stones. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's flute plays a simple melody that drifts on the warm air like incense. The sound mingles with the gentle lowing of cattle in distant fields and the soft rustle of grain in roadside patches. Marcus passes another monument, this one adorned with carved dolphins and anchors, marking the resting place of a naval commander who once sailed the Mediterranean. Fresh flowers have been placed here too. Someone still remembers, still honors the journeys of the past. The marble gleams softly in the afternoon light, and Marcus can make out words carved in elegant Latin script speaking of honor, duty, and love of family. The road descends slightly now, following the natural contours of the land. On either side, the countryside spreads out in a patchwork of green fields and golden meadows. Wildflowers bloom everywhere, red poppies swaying in the breeze, purple thistles standing proud among the grasses, and tiny blue forget-me-nots carpeting the spaces between the ancient stones. As the sun begins its descent toward the western hills, Marcus crests a small rise and sees Rome spread out before him in the distance. The eternal city's 7 hills are touched with golden light, and he can just make out the gleam of the Tiber winding through the valley like a silver ribbon. Smoke rises from 1,000 hearths, and the sound of temple bells drifts faintly on the evening air. With each step now, Marcus feels the weight of his journey lifting from his shoulders. The road that has carried him through distant lands and ancient cities now brings him home, back to the familiar rhythms of Roman life. The Appian Way beneath his feet seems to pulse with the heartbeat of empire, connecting all roads, all journeys, all homecomings in one eternal pathway home. The leather reins rest gently in Marcus's weathered hands as his wagon crests the familiar hill, the wooden wheels finding their rhythm against the worn stones of the ancient road. Behind him, the carefully secured amphorae of precious salt from distant shores settle with soft musical chimes, their contents representing months of careful trading across the Mediterranean's azure waters. And then, spreading before him like a vision from the gods themselves, the 7 hills of Rome emerge from the afternoon haze. Marcus draws in a slow, deep breath, tasting the familiar air that carries hints of olive groves and distant cooking fires. The sight never fails to stir something profound within his chest. This magnificent city that has grown from humble beginnings into the heart of the known world. Each hill rises with its own character and purpose, crowned with temples whose marble columns catch the golden light of the westering sun. The Palatine Hill stands proudest among them all, its slopes adorned with the grand palaces of emperors past and present. Even from this distance, Marcus can make out the glint of polished bronze and the warm honey color of travertine stone. Gardens cascade down the hillsides in carefully tended terraces, where cypress trees stand like dark sentinels against the amber light. To the north, the Capitoline Hill bears the weight of Jupiter's great temple, its roof tiles gleaming like scattered coins in the afternoon sun. The sacred geese that guard the hill are invisible from here, but Marcus knows they pace their ancient rounds, vigilant guardians of Rome's most hallowed ground. Wisps of incense smoke drift upward from countless shrines, creating delicate ribbons against the deepening sky. The Tiber River winds through the city like liquid silver, its surface catching fragments of sunlight and scattering them like jewels. Small boats dot its waters, fishermen casting their nets in the time-honored way, merchants guiding cargo vessels laden with goods from every corner of the empire, children splashing in the shallows while their mothers wash clothes on the gentle banks. Marcus lets his oxen slow their pace naturally, understanding without words that this moment deserves to be savored. The beasts have made this journey many times before, and they too seem to recognize the approach to home. Their breathing is steady and calm, their massive heads swaying gently as they follow the familiar road that has carried countless travelers before them. From kitchens throughout the 7 hills, thin columns of smoke rise straight up in the still air, carrying the sense of evening meals being prepared. Bread baking in clay ovens, herbs sizzling in olive oil, the rich aroma of wine being mulled with honey and spices. These are the smells of home, of comfort, of belonging to something greater than oneself. The Aventine Hill to the south shows the humbler face of the eternal city, where merchants like Marcus keep their houses and warehouses. There, his own small villa waits with its modest garden and the workshop where he examines and catalogs his precious goods. His wife tends her herbs there, growing the fragrant plants that will season their simple meals and scent their evening conversations. Between the hills, the forums and marketplaces spread like networks of connection, where voices in a dozen languages mingle in the eternal dance of commerce and community. But from this peaceful distance, all is quiet harmony. The city appears as a living tapestry woven from stone and humanity, ambition and tradition. Marcus thinks of the long months behind him, the sun-baked ports of Alexandria where camels' bells chimed in desert winds, the olive groves of Hispania where ancient trees twisted toward azure skies, the mountain passes where eagles soared above snow-capped peaks. Each place has left its mark upon his memory. Each journey has added to the wealth of experience he carries alongside his material goods. But this sight, this approach to Rome across the rolling Campanian hills, remains the sweetest of all his travels. Here, civilization and nature exist in careful balance. The aqueducts stride across the landscape on their stone legs, bringing fresh mountain water to fountains that sing throughout the city. Gardens and orchards dot the suburbs, where citizens tend their vines and fruit trees with the same care their ancestors brought to tending flocks. As the wagon continues its gentle descent toward the city gates, Marcus feels the deep satisfaction that comes with completing another successful journey. His salt will find eager buyers in the markets, his stories will entertain friends in the tavernas, and his weary body will rest in familiar comfort. The 7 hills of Rome stand eternal and welcoming, their temples and palaces glowing like beacons in the gentle light of approaching evening, calling their wandering son home once more. The morning sun catches the surface of the Tiber like scattered coins of gold, each ripple carrying light downstream toward the eternal city. Marcus stands at the river's edge, his weathered hands resting on the smooth wooden rail of a merchant barge, watching as Rome's great waterway unfolds before him like a living tapestry. The gentle current carries his vessel forward, and with each passing moment, he feels the embrace of waters that have witnessed centuries of history. Along the banks, tall reeds sway in the soft breeze, their feathery heads catching droplets of morning dew that sparkle like tiny diamonds. The air is sweet with the scent of wild mint and river grass, mingling with the earthy smell of the water itself. Marcus closes his eyes and breathes deeply, remembering how this same fragrance welcomed him as a young merchant, decades ago when the world seemed vast and full of endless possibility. A heron stands motionless in the shallows, its reflection creating a perfect mirror image until a small fish disturbs the surface with gentle rings. The great bird watches patiently, embodying the timeless rhythm of the river, where all things move in their proper season. Marcus has learned this patience through years of travel, understanding now that the greatest treasures are often found not in rushing toward a destination, but in embracing the journey itself. The barge drifts past a cluster of fishermen seated on the grassy bank, their lines cast into the deeper pools where the current slows. One elderly man looks up and raises his hand in greeting, his weathered face creased with the kind of smile that speaks of simple contentment. Children play nearby in a meadow dotted with yellow buttercups and purple clover, their laughter carrying across the water like music. They chase butterflies through the tall grass, their bare feet leaving tiny impressions in the soft earth. As the river bends, Marcus sees other barges moving downstream, their holds filled with amphorae of olive oil from Hispania, bags of grain from Egypt, and bolts of silk from distant lands beyond the eastern mountains. Each vessel carries stories of its own, tales of merchants who have walked dusty roads and sailed storm-tossed seas to bring these treasures to Rome's markets. The sight fills him with a deep sense of connection to all who share the ancient paths of commerce. A family of ducks paddles contentedly near the opposite shore, the ducklings following their mother in a perfect line through a patch of lily pads. Their soft quacking mingles with the gentle splash of oars from a small fishing boat, where a father teaches his young son to read the river's moods. The boy's face is bright with concentration as he learns to feel the water's pull, to understand the language that the Tiber speaks to those who listen. The sun climbs higher, warming Marcus's shoulders as he watches vineyards roll past on the distant hills. The vines are heavy with ripening grapes, their leaves a dozen shades of green that shimmer in the morning light. Somewhere among those terraced slopes, workers sing as they tend their crops, their voices carried on the breeze like an ancient hymn to the abundance of the land. Marcus remembers his grandfather's words, spoken beside this very river when he was still a boy with dreams too large for his small hands to hold. The Tiber remembers everything, the old man had said, his eyes reflecting the water's wisdom. Every merchant who has passed this way, every story told beneath these skies. When you travel far from home, carry the river's song with you, and it will always guide you back. Now, after decades of wandering through markets in Alexandria and caravanserai in Damascus, through the spice gardens of Ceylon and the silk roads of Cathay, Marcus understands. The river's song has indeed lived within him, a constant melody beneath the surface of his adventures. In the whisper of desert winds, in the rhythm of camel bells, in the splash of Mediterranean waves against a ship's hull, he has always heard the Tiber's welcoming voice calling him home. As his barge continues its gentle journey toward Rome's ancient walls, Marcus feels a deep peace settle in his chest. The water carries him forward, but also backward through time, connecting him to every moment of wonder he has collected like precious stones throughout his travels. The river embraces not just his vessel, but his memories, his hopes, and the quiet satisfaction of a journey well traveled. The Tiber flows eternal, carrying stories old and new toward the heart of an empire, where all roads converge and all journeys, no matter how far they wander, eventually find their way home. The morning sun casts long shadows across Ostia's weathered docks as Marcus steps onto the familiar wooden planks, salt-crusted and worn smooth by countless footsteps. The air carries that distinctive blend of brine and fish, tar and rope that he remembers so well from his childhood. Seagulls wheel overhead in lazy circles, their cries a chorus he had forgotten how much he missed during his long months on the eastern trade routes. The harbor bustles with the same steady rhythm he left behind, yet everything feels different through eyes that have witnessed the spice markets of Damascus and the silk roads of distant Cathay. Stevedores move with practiced efficiency, their bronze backs gleaming as they heft amphora of wine and oil from the holds of merchant vessels. Their voices call out in Latin, mixing with snippets of Greek and the occasional barbarian tongue from northern traders. Marcus pauses beside a familiar bollard, running his weathered hand along its rope-scarred surface. Here, as a boy, he used to sit and watch the great ships arrive, their sails full of promises from lands beyond the horizon. Now those same ships seem smaller somehow, their mysteries diminished not by their size, but by his expanded understanding of the world's vastness. A cart rumbles past, loaded with cedar logs from Lebanon, their resinous scent triggering memories of mountain passes and star-filled desert nights. The merchant leading the cart nods in greeting, recognizing a fellow trader by the way Marcus examines the quality of the wood with knowing eyes. Commerce speaks a universal language, one that transcends borders and seasons. The waves lap gently against the pier's barnacle-encrusted posts, a rhythm as constant as heartbeat. Marcus finds comfort in this sound that has remained unchanged while he traversed continents. Each gentle splash seems to wash away the dust of distant roads, cleansing him of the accumulated weariness of months spent sleeping under foreign stars. Moving deeper into the port district, Marcus passes fishermen mending nets with patient fingers, their movements as meditative as prayer. An old woman sells fresh bread from a wooden tray, the warm aroma mixing with the salt air to create something that speaks of home in ways no exotic spice ever could. He purchases a loaf, still warm from her morning's baking, and tears off a piece to taste the simple goodness of familiar grain. The tavern appears around a corner like an old friend extending welcoming arms. The anchor and net, its painted sign faded but cheerful, swings gently in the harbor breeze. Through the open doorway comes the murmur of conversation and the clink of pottery cups against wooden tables. Marcus steps inside, his eyes adjusting to the golden dimness. By Jupiter's beard, if it isn't young Marcus? The tavern keeper's voice booms across the common room, causing several patrons to look up from their morning wine. Gaius Antonius, rounder now and grayer at the temples, spreads his arms wide in genuine welcome. We heard tales of your eastern adventures from other merchants. Come, sit, tell us of the lands beyond the sunrise. Marcus settles onto a familiar bench, worn smooth by countless travelers, and accepts a cup of well-watered wine. The tavern's atmosphere wraps around him like a comfortable cloak. Fishermen argue good-naturedly about tides and weather, while dock workers share gossip between shifts. Everything is exactly as he left it, yet seen through the lens of experience, each detail seems more precious, more worthy of attention and gratitude. Through the tavern's windows, he watches the eternal dance of commerce and sea. Ships arrive and depart with the tides, carrying dreams and goods to distant shores. But now Marcus understands that every journey, no matter how far it takes you, ultimately leads you back to yourself, to the place where your story began. The harbor continues its ancient work around him, connecting Rome to the wider world through threads of trade and ambition. Yet in this moment, surrounded by familiar voices and the timeless rhythm of waves against stone, Marcus feels the deep satisfaction of a circle completed. The boy who once dreamed of distant horizons has become a man who understands that home is not a destination to escape from, but a treasure to return to, enriched by all the miles and memories gathered along the way. The salt-tinged breeze stirs through the tavern door, carrying with it the promise of future voyages while celebrating the sweetness of present rest. The sun hangs low on the horizon as Marcus crests the final hill, its golden light painting the familiar rooftops of his village in warm amber hues. Below him, wisps of smoke curl lazily from chimneys, carrying the sweet scent of olive wood and baking bread on the gentle evening breeze. After months on the salt roads, trading in distant markets where foreign tongues filled the air and strange spices perfumed the wind, the sight of home settles into his chest like a long-held breath finally released. His sandaled feet know these worn stone paths by heart. Each smooth cobblestone tells a story of countless journeys begun and ended, of neighbors greeting each other at dawn, of children racing barefoot through puddles after summer rains. The familiar weight of his travel pack feels lighter now, though it carries the same treasures that seemed so precious in faraway bazaars. Silk from the eastern kingdoms, amber beads from northern shores, small vials of rare oils that merchants in Alexandria claimed could cure any ailment. Yet none of these treasures quickens his pulse like the sight of warm light spilling from his own windows. As he approaches his modest stone house with its red clay roof tiles, Marcus can see his wife Julia moving gracefully through their garden. She kneels among the herb beds, her dark hair catching the last rays of sunlight as she tends to the rosemary and thyme that will flavor tomorrow's bread. The evening light transforms her simple linen tunic into something luminous, and Marcus pauses for a moment, watching this scene that has played out in his dreams during lonely nights in foreign inns. The garden itself is a small miracle of careful tending. Neat rows of basil release their peppery fragrance into the cooling air, while mint spreads in green abundance near the small stone well. Clay pots filled with sage and oregano line the narrow pathway, and somewhere among the shadows, he can hear the gentle trickle of water from the fountain his grandfather built decades ago. This small plot of earth, perhaps no larger than a wealthy merchant's storage room, contains more beauty than any of the grand palaces he has visited. Julia looks up as his shadow falls across the garden path, and her smile blooms like the white jasmine climbing their courtyard wall. She rises slowly, brushing dark soil from her hands, and Marcus sees in her eyes the same warmth that has guided him home across 1,000 miles of dusty roads. They embrace without words, and he breathes in the familiar scent of lavender oil in her hair, mixed with the green smell of growing things and the lingering sweetness of the honey cakes she baked this afternoon. From neighboring houses comes the gentle symphony of evening routines. Children's laughter rings out from the cobbled square where they chase fireflies with cupped hands, their voices bright as silver bells in the gathering dusk. Someone is playing a simple flute melody that drifts between the houses like a bird seeking its nest. Wooden shutters creak open as neighbors lean out to catch the last cooling breeze, exchanging quiet greetings with those passing below. The air itself seems to embrace Marcus, thick with the mingled scents of his homeland. Cooking fires perfume the evening with familiar fragrances, onions sizzling in olive oil, fresh fish grilling over charcoal, the yeasty aroma of bread cooling on windowsills. These are the scents that no amount of exotic incense can replace, the flavors that taste like childhood and belonging. As twilight deepens, oil lamps begin to flicker in windows throughout the village, creating pools of golden light that seem to pulse with the heartbeat of home. Julia takes his weathered hand and leads him through their small house, where she has kept everything exactly as he left it. His favorite ceramic cup sits waiting on the wooden table. The woolen blanket his mother wove still drapes over the chair where he likes to sit and watch the stars emerge. They settle together on the simple wooden bench outside their door, Julia's head resting against his shoulder as the last light fades from the sky. Marcus thinks of all the wonders he has witnessed: towering pyramids that scrape the belly of the sky, emerald seas that stretch beyond imagination, cities where thousands of voices create a constant river of sound. He has walked through markets where peacock feathers brush against silk tapestries, where merchants speak in a dozen languages and gold coins chime like temple bells. Yet sitting here in the growing darkness, listening to the gentle murmur of his village settling into sleep, Marcus understands that the greatest treasure cannot be carried in any pack or sold in any market. It lives in the warmth of familiar light spilling from windows, in the soft rustle of herbs stirring in the evening breeze, in the quiet contentment of being exactly where you belong. The stars begin to appear one by one, the same stars that guided him home, now watching over his peaceful rest.